Hey everyone! Welcome back to the channel for part 3 of our spooky adventure. If you missed part 1 or part 2, be sure to catch up first, links are in the description below. Things are heating up even more as we continue Naruto's ghost story at Boruto's campfire. You won't want to miss what happens next. Help us reach 1000 subscribers as soon as possible by hitting that subscribe button and giving this video a thumbs up. Your support means a lot and keeps the awesome content coming. Let's jump into part 3. Living in the city was as thrilling as it was stressful. Many worked long hours just to make a living and most started early, holding down a part-time job while attending school. Considering the workload for both, some chose to drop out of school in order to make money, feeling that was more important than their studies. Even then, life was stressful, and everyone seemed to take that stress out on Inogen, a teen working as a waiter at a high-end restaurant. It featured a classy atmosphere, so diners were more inclined to take their dates and splurge for several courses under the shining chandeliers, and families rewarded their loved ones for good grades or promotions. While it appeared like a fancy dining experience, it was hardly exclusive, and most customers showed up in casual clothes to eat or stowed their suitcases under their chairs. All the prep work that went into dressing the tables in pristine white cloths and polishing the glassware at the bar took so much effort that Inogen was sweating before they even opened for the afternoon. They even closed their doors between the hours of 3 and 5 just to get things ready for the dinner rush. That involved different menus, lighting more lamps and heavier white tablecloths, in addition to everything having to be wiped down, polished and mopped as they did before and after every shift. There was so much to remember. It took Inogen over a week to get it right. One time he had stacked up all the menus into a pile and placed them under the podium by the front door without realizing he had mixed the dinner and lunch menus together and got an earful from his co-workers and manager. It caused confusion with the customers and the kitchen when orders from the lunch menu came pouring in along with the dinner items. Waiters had to apologize to the customer and ask them to place a different order, and some argued that they didn't want to change it, saying that if they could make it for lunch, they could make it for dinner. He knew he had caused chaos, but, in his defense, both the menus looked exactly alike. They were both dark brown leather-bound folders that opened up with the name of the restaurant on the front cover. The only way to know which was to read the items featured inside and the prices. "Can't you get anything right?" a coworker once asked him after he made the mistake again a month later. "Do you like making extra work for us? The customer complained so much we had to comp their meal." Inogen knew they didn't like being yelled at by the customers or by the kitchen staff, but what did yelling at him solve? They just had to take their anger out on someone, he supposed, and he was the prime target. The boys were meaner than the girls, who rarely scolded him. He also noticed that when they made a mistake, they weren't dealt with so harshly. Sometimes Inogen thought it would be easier if he were a girl, but, considering how the girls treated him, he may as well have been one. He was allowed to get close to them because he wasn't considered a threat. One girl even told him that he was like a little brother, which was why he could stand watch at the door when they were changing. This arrangement may have been part of the reason the rest of the boys were so mean to him. Some of the girls were cute and he suspected the guys had crushes on them, so when he was able to be so familiar with them, it stung. For one thing, he didn't have to call them senpai, and the others did. He would get a painful reminder in his rib that he should address them as such when the boys were around. He was meek, which was probably another reason the girls didn't consider him a threat, and the boys would often take advantage of it, knowing he wouldn't cause a fuss if they elbowed him in the ribs or ganged up on him in the break room. That didn't mean he didn't try to rat them out for their mistreatment. The problem was that his manager didn't care. The restaurant manager was a lazy young man who went by the name Shikamaru. He never came onto the floor to assist, even when they were busy. He issued commands from his office and rarely ever left. Inogen had given him the benefit of the doubt early on, figuring that, as manager, Shikamaru was really busy with other things and couldn't be bothered. Taking inventory, ordering supplies, working on the schedule, interviews, advertisements, and reporting to the owner of the restaurant. It was a lot of work. However, whenever Inogen happened by his office, he would catch Shikamaru asleep at his desk or playing video games. It occurred to him that the rumors were right and he was just lazy. The only advice he had ever given Inogen about the bullying was, just ignore it. He had been doing that for over a year and it hadn't gotten any better. In fact, on occasion, it would escalate because they knew they could get away with it. If Inogen handled it himself, he would get fired or worse. He couldn't quit because he needed the job and, believe it or not, it was the only job he could get that wasn't commission. He wasn't a salesman, so commission work wasn't for him, and most of the places hiring were just that. So, he ignored them. After a particularly hard day, Inogen sat on his favorite bench overlooking the cityscape from a footbridge and wondered if this was how his life was going to be from this point on. He dreaded the thought of tomorrow, thinking back to earlier that day. A girl had asked Inogen to zip up her dress after she was finished with work, and a waiter misread the situation. Thinking he was getting a jump on him with the girl he liked, the waiter ambushed him with another and pushed him against the wall, threatening him and demanding to know what he thought was going on with the two of them. No matter how much Inogen insisted it wasn't like that, the waiter and his friend didn't listen and told him to watch his back. After the mistakes you made, I can mess up the menus again and say you did it and get everyone against you. Maybe I'll take the tickets for your table so the cook never gets them and the customer gets mad at you when their food doesn't show up. That's not fair to the customer, Inogen protested. Who cares? They'll be mad at you. That's only if you keep getting sweet on my girl. Make sure we don't have a problem. That waiter could claim that waitress because no one else was interested in her. As for the others, the rule among the boys was that everyone was equal. If they all liked the same girl, no one would make a move and admire her from afar, enjoying her kindness in equal measures. If a waiter tried to get ahead of the rest, the others would pull him back into line. That was what they were doing with Inogen, even though nothing like that was actually happening. There's no convincing them anyway, Inogen muttered to himself. Why waste my breath? Should he be mean to the girls so they would stop treating him like a puppy and the boys would leave him alone? No, that wouldn't work. Then he would have both genders mad at him. The boys would probably get pissed off that he was mistreating the girls, so there really was no winning. Inogen sighed with his arms in his lap, briefly wondering if he should throw himself over the railing so he wouldn't have to go to work and deal with them. He wanted to live, just a life better than this one. Hey! Inogen looked to his right and saw a man with silver hair sitting on the opposite end of the bench with a scarf wrapped around the bottom part of his face so only his eyes were visible. Inogen had never seen this man before and yet he felt he knew him. Hey! Inogen said hesitantly. Do I know you? You will in a minute. The man extended his hand for Inogen to shake. Kakashi. And you are? Inogen. He shook the man's hand. Kakashi, huh? Yup. Kakashi reclined on the bench, resting his elbows on the backrest. Nice night, huh? Inogen looked out at the dark buildings illuminated by sparse lights. You should see it in the winter with all the colorful lights twinkling. It's magical. I'll bet. Kakashi looked at him. I take it this is your favorite viewing spot. Something like that. Inogen kept his eyes on the building stretching out like a blocky ocean. I come here to think and get away. Away from what? Inogen shrugged. Stuff. People at work, mostly. Said Kakashi. Less than ideal working conditions, huh? Let me guess. No one respects you. Got a guy in charge who couldn't care less and people who never listened to you, even if you were trying to tell them a train was coming so they wouldn't go splat. Not just that, Inogen started venting. I only exist on girls' radar as a little brother. I got no chance, even if I did like one of them. I don't even exist as a guy in their books. Not that the guys understand that. It's not my fault they like me and they don't like me in that way, but like that matters to the guys who do like them like that. I'm not even doing anything and they're jumping down my throat like it's on purpose. I don't know what I have to do. They'll beat the crap out of me and the manager will tell me to mop up the blood when they're done. I hear ya, said Kakashi. I just wish I had a better life. Life is what you make it, kid. You can choose to make it better. How? Asked Inogen, skeptical. No one listens to a word I say and I'm tired of being treated like someone's punching bag. I got no skills, no talent to help me make things better for myself or others. Those guys are stressed out and they're taking it out on me. But what am I saying? I got no authority to make people do what I want and I'm not strong enough to hold my own in a fight. I just let people walk all over me. I wish I could be different. I sense that, said Kakashi. You know, if you want a different life, all you have to do is ask. Why? Inogen asked, trying to hide the scoff in his voice. You a genie or something? Not quite. I don't live in a lamp but I can grant your wish. Really? Inogen didn't believe him. Kakashi turned to him, suddenly very serious. I just gotta know if you're willing and if you're sure you want this. There are no take-backs. Once you're changed, that's it. No going back. Inogen faced Kakashi as well, fed up with what he was now. I don't want to be me as I am now. I want to be different but still me. Only better. I just wish I had the power to do that. Kakashi tucked his fingers over his scarf and pulled it down, exposing his mouth. Consider your wish granted. This may sting a little. Two fangs extended from Kakashi's upper jaw and moved towards Inogen's neck. Holy crap, Inogen repeated to himself over and over. Holy crap. You've been saying that for a solid hour now. I think you're good, Kakashi told him. Inogen looked for the reflection that should have been in the mirror but wasn't and started his mantra all over again. Kakashi stayed to make sure Inogen understood what he was and coach him through the transition. For the most part, his life was going to be more or less the same. The only difference was that he had no reflection, couldn't go into sunlight and had to drink blood to live. Other than that, his life was unchanged. Other than being a vampire, of course. Garlic is bad, right? Kakashi chuckled. That's a misconception. I don't know who made that up, but it's fine. The fact is, you can have any food you want but blood is the only thing that will nourish you. Go too long without it and you'll die. Sun, too. Brief exposure will burn you but stand in it for longer than a few minutes and you're dead. Just be sure to cover up. That's why we sleep during the day. It's easier. So I can have all the foods I like but there's no benefits from them? They just taste good. You won't starve either. You can go years without human food and it does nothing to you. Blood, not so much. How often do I need that? Just eat when you're hungry, Kakashi advised him. Not everyone eats the same. I can get by for a week without blood before I start feeling it. You're young and just turned. You should probably feed relatively soon. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it? Inogen repeated. How am I supposed to get blood? I'm pretty sure people will fight me off the second they see my fangs coming at their neck. They'll rat me out to who knows who and I'll end up in a cage or will a stake through my chest. Relax, Kakashi assured him, seeming to enjoy teaching his baby bird how to fly. Remember that trick I told you about? Use that and they won't remember. Just be confident. It won't work if you don't think it will. Isn't that how hypnosis is supposed to work for the victim? They have to believe it works, not the hypnotist. Kinda both ways, but vampires are a different case. It's mind over matter. You can convince people to do just about anything if you're confident enough. It's all about charisma, which you have in spades. Look at me and look at you. Inogen pointed at his hoodie which he wore over his waiter's uniform which, as form-fitting as it was, made him look like a wimpy butler in his opinion. He had no muscles which his uniform highlighted very well and even the girls said he looked like a stick with an apron. The baggy hoodie only made him look smaller, like a child still growing into his clothes. Kakashi was a handsome man with striking silver hair, tall frame and a tracksuit which accentuated his muscles perfectly. There was no question why anyone would find him attractive. What made him even more appealing was the fact that he didn't flaunt it. He wore what was comfortable and owned it. He kept half his face covered which gave him an air of mystery which he seemed indifferent to. Everything about him screamed charisma and the man himself seemed to have an attitude which said, "Oh, is that right? I'm flattered but I don't know," making him even more attractive. Between the two of them, there was no contest over which the public would listen to. Kakashi could be teaching a math lesson and women would swoon. People didn't listen to me then, why would they listen to me now? Because you have the power to make them listen. You're a vampire. But people never listen to me. They'd listen to someone like you and who could blame them? Inogen gestured to Kakashi's entire body. I mean, look at you. I'm getting weak-kneed from you telling me to be confident. I make people a brick wall and you make them a puddle. Kakashi chuckled. It's all about confidence. Listen to me. You're a vampire now. You can do anything you want as long as you think you can. The only restraints you have are the ones you put on yourself. So just like before, I get in my own way. Inogen wasn't sure how he felt about this. I'm telling you, you'll be fine. Just practice. Kakashi looked at the time. I better get going and so should you. Get some sleep before your next shift and I'll meet up with you later. We'll talk then. See ya. Inogen still had a million questions but he decided it was best to go home and hide from the sun before it rose. He wanted to ask Kakashi how he could be confident but he doubted he would get an answer. Kakashi was very encouraging but Inogen was still unsure of himself. Could he really be a vampire? It was his first day and it felt like the menus all over again. When it was time for his shift, Inogen bundled himself up and braved the sunny afternoon, taking a slightly different route to work. He made sure to take streets that went behind buildings and took the tram to avoid being out in the sun as much as possible. When he arrived at work, he stashed his things in the back room in his locker and went to begin the dinner prep. Taunting from his co-workers came standard with the afternoon routine. One of the boys deliberately swept the debris into his section and told him that he missed a spot. Inogen knew this was to keep him busy so the girls wouldn't bother him. Thankfully, once customers arrived, the waiters tended to leave him alone to do their job. The restaurant's reputation came before their petty squabbles, which reflected in their paychecks. The dining area had 2 sections, an upstairs and the main floor. All the tables were generously spaced apart, making the room feel bigger, as did the polished floor so reflective Inogen could see himself. At least, he used to. The floor was so slick and smooth that women with no traction shoes could easily slip on it, even when it wasn't wet. The girls often commented that the amber-colored ground could double as a dance floor. Inogen called one of the male waiters. "That tablecloth's askew. Fix it." Inogen adjusted the tablecloth without a second thought. Everything had to be perfect, as was their standard. His stomach growled noisily, capturing a waitress's attention. "Inogen, didn't you eat before coming to work?" He had. He didn't know why he was so hungry. "I guess I'm just working up an appetite," he told her with a sheepish grin. "Well, make sure the customers don't hear it. They'll think we don't allow people to take breaks." "Yeah." Inogen went back to adjusting the tablecloth, though he was sure it was straight now. "Cho-cho," said a waitress. "You got an extra hair tie? I lost mine somewhere and can't find it." The plump waitress took one from off her wrist and handed it to the other girl. All the girls had to have their long hair pinned back for health code reasons. Those with short hair could get by, like the one who often said he was like a brother to her. She and Cho-cho were good friends and hung out after work. They both saw him as a little brother. Inogen wasn't attracted to either of them, so he didn't care that much, but at least one of the waiters liked Cho-cho's short-haired friend, so it became a problem. "Quit spacing out and get to work," said one of those very waiters and pointed at the table. "This tablecloth needs to be changed. We're opening in a few minutes." "Sorry." Inogen changed the tablecloth to the heavier dinner one and set the table so it looked identical to the others. The manager came down the stairs from the second level, which was unusual for him because his office was on the first floor. "All right, people, gather round." The waiters and waitresses assembled at the bottom of the stairs behind the bar. The server flipped up the thin table on the side of the bar to come stand with the rest of the staff. "I took stock last night and we're out of the clams. If someone orders that, tell them it's not available. If they ask you to check and make sure, consider this your check." One of the chefs was supposed to keep an eye on the amount and looks like he wasn't doing his job, so now it's all our problem. "I'll order more, but they won't be in tonight or tomorrow, so make a note of it. Don't go knocking on my office to come get me if a customer complains. Do it by the book and leave me the hell alone. I got a ton of crap to sort through and don't need to deal with anything else." "Yes sir," everyone said at once. "Good," said Shikamaru. "Also, to move the kale, we're doing a special on mixed greens. Push that. I don't need it taking up space and turning more green than it is. Wouldn't it be brown if it were wilting?" Inogen commented. "Which one of you said that?" Everyone pointed at Inogen, including the girls. Inogen shrank where he stood. He hoped his manager and boss wouldn't think he was being cheeky. That was not his intent. "It's a figure of speech, wise guy," Shikamaru told him. "That kale sits there any longer, it's going to go bad and we can't serve that to people. I'm not about to waste food which will cost us money. Sell the damn stuff before it turns and we have to throw it away. That clear enough to you, kid?" Inogen nodded without a word. "I asked if that was clear enough to you." "Yes, sir," Inogen said timidly and kept his head down. "Smartass comments don't pad your paycheck." Shikamaru looked around the dining room. "Wise guy, did you fill the sugar cups on all the tables before you set them?" "Yes, sir, I did." Shikamaru put his hands on his hips. "Well, do them again," he said snottily. Inogen turned to fill the order. "Not this second, you moron," Shikamaru called over their heads to get his attention. "I'm still speaking. Will you use that head of yours?" Inogen stepped back into line with the others. "Honestly," said Shikamaru, "you'd think an empty head like yours would retain some kind of information. Guess it all slips out your ears." Inogen wanted to point out how he knew what color greens turned when they went bad, but he knew enough to keep his mouth shut and not start a fight with the man who signed his paycheck. "No clams, push the kale." "Dismissed," Shikamaru told them and walked away. Everyone dispersed and Inogen wondered why he couldn't just do his job when they were wrapping up anyway. It seemed Shikamaru had to have the last word. Maybe he got off on the power. Inogen made sure all the sugar cups were filled on every table so the customers had something to put in their tea and coffee. He knew it was a waste of time, but it seems Shikamaru wanted to punish him for his remark. He knew he should have kept his thoughts to himself, but every now and then they slipped out before he could stop himself. A waitress with glasses and short dark hair took charge from that point on, acting on the manager's behalf. She was their head waitress and led very calmly and skillfully, so everyone listened to her when she gave them a task. As usual, she assigned everyone their tables. It took Inogen a long time to figure out that none of the tables actually had numbers and were given based on their positions on the floor. Higher numbers were on the second floor. Iwabe, you're on section 1, tables 1 through 4. Chocho, you're section 2, 5 through 8. Inogen, you got tables 17 through 20. That meant he would be running up and down the stairs to carry dishes from the first floor kitchen in the back to the tables on the second floor. He hated getting higher numbers. He also knew that this was no coincidence. After all, the manager was in charge of the schedule, which included table rotations. Lately he had been getting high numbers consecutively. Dinner began and customers slowly trickled in. As the sky grew dark outside the tinted windows, more and more people started to come in with empty stomachs. Inogen ran up and down the stairs to take orders and deliver them to the kitchen and bring the dishes to the tables. He almost knocked a serving tray from one of the girls on the stairs, who told him to watch where he was going. As could be expected, he had customers who insisted he check to make sure they were really out of clams because they were set on having them for their meal. He pretended to go into the kitchen to ask, getting another table's order instead, then returned and told them that he had checked and were out of clams. After they left, a new customer took their place at the freshly cleaned table. "Welcome to Kakashi?" "Funny," said the silver-haired vampire. "This place shares my name." Inogen ignored the joke. "What are you doing here?" "I told you that vampires could eat whatever they wanted and I was in the mood for some pasta. As long as it's not clams." Kakashi pushed the menu away from him on the table, sliding smoothly across the iron tablecloth. "Looks like you could use a meal, too, if you know what I mean." Inogen had been feeling a bit dizzy since he arrived, but told himself it was the usual stress from having to exert himself and rush around repeatedly. He was still telling himself that, "I'm fine. What do you want to order? Baby's gotta have his first meal soon, kid." Kakashi spoke to him like a parent telling their child to bring a sweater because they were going to be cold. "I'm fine," Inogen insisted through his teeth. "I'll come check on you later since you haven't decided." Inogen turned quickly, slamming his forehead into a serving tray and knocking a table's order all over the waiter carrying it. Inogen inhaled sharply and didn't release it, his eyes wide when he saw the stains on the waiter's vest and apron. The blonde waiter clenched his fists and inhaled, ready to let him have it, when his eyes darted to the customers watching them from their seats. The waiter stepped close to Inogen and hissed menacingly, "I ought to make you wear this," before bending down to clean up the mess and smiling apologetically to the customers. "Let me get you another order of that. Sorry for the additional weight. You always this clumsy, or is the hunger getting to you?" Kakashi asked casually at Inogen's back. Inogen rushed off to avoid both of them. Poor planning, seeing as how the waiter had to go to the kitchen to put in the table's order again and ran into Inogen. "Would you look at what you did to my uniform?" he scolded angrily. "I can't go out like this. I was an accident. I didn't mean to. Why didn't you watch where you were going? Didn't you see me? I'm sorry." Inogen bowed his head in apology. "So sorry. You think that will fix my uniform? There's probably a spare one in the back. I'd switch vests with you if you weren't so puny and disgusting. The very thought of wearing your outfit makes me sick." The waiter turned to the kitchen staff. "Choji, I need a sponge or something to get this stain out." "What are you asking me for? I'm busy cooking your table's order." "Again? Well, whose fault is that?" The waiter glared hatefully at Inogen. He hardly noticed the look in his eyes, focused instead on the waiter's neck. To clean the splatter off his face and neck, the waiter had pulled his collar down to mop his skin with a wet cloth. The veins in his neck were augmented the more he tilted his head. That soft peach flesh stretched out from jaw to shoulder may as well have been a drumstick. Inogen salivated, ready to sink his teeth into that warm pulsing neck. "What the hell are you staring at?" the waiter asked him, angered and applied at the same time. Inogen pressed his lips tightly together and left the kitchen. He could ignore it before, but now it was too difficult to deny what he wanted most of all. Normal food did not satisfy, no matter how much he ate. He needed blood. The more he thought about it, the more it appealed to him. What revolted him before was now making him lick his lips in hunger. He went back up the stairs to check on a different table. "How is everything?" he asked, as was customary in the dining experience. "Very nice," said the couple, enjoying their meals. The woman had a low-cut blouse which exposed her neck in a most enticing way. No necklace or earrings to get in the way, and she kept her hair braided and off to the side, bare neck, teasing him. He had inadvertently moved closer with his mouth open, ready to feed, stopping himself when the man shot him a look. I'll be back to check on you later, he said and hurried away. Kakashi didn't so much as blink when Inogen slammed both hands on top of the table to lower himself into Kakashi's face. How do I do this? What do I have to do again? Smiling under his scarf, Kakashi explained it to him again. Pick a target, bite and drink. The holes in their neck should disappear in a day or so. But how do I keep them from freaking out? How do I keep them from putting up a fight? I already told you that. Use your eyes to charm them. Once they're in a trance-like state, they're putty in your hands. They'll do just about anything you ask. Even forget what happened to them. But what if They won't remember, Kakashi said. Trust me. I've done this, like, 1,000,000 times. But how do I do the thing? I explained that as well. But I can't be confident, Inogen said, hoping there was another way. I don't know how. Know what you want and do it without fear. Trust yourself. But I don't. Do you trust me? Kakashi asked him. Yeah. Then trust me when I say you got this. You can do it. Inogen placed his head on the table. I'm gonna starve, aren't I? I'm no good at this. You haven't even tried yet. But I know I'm not confident. I'm not good at it and I wouldn't know where to begin. Or how to fake it. Kakashi turned in his seat at face him. Hey, he said to the back of Inogen's head which was still resting on the table. You dress yourself every morning, right? And you open the door to go outside, don't you? Have that kind of confidence. It doesn't have to be hard. I'm not telling you to move a mountain. Moving one might be easier than this. Trust me. Find someone who's alone, charm them and bite. Stop when you're full. You don't need that much. Inogen lifted his head. That easy, huh? He still wasn't convinced. You know what you want and you'll get it. That's all charm is. You got this. Can't you just do it for me? Charm someone and let me feed off them. Kakashi shook his head. I charm them, they're mine. You can do this. Seeing that he was getting nowhere, Inogen gave up. Maybe it really was as easy as Kakashi made it out to be. Fine, I'll give it a try. And when you come back, can you get me the tomato pasta? Looks good. I think that waiter even made it a fashion statement. Of course, you helped with that. It was an accident and I already apologized. Kakashi's grin was hidden under his scarf. Still looked good on him, am I right? Thinking about what Kakashi had said, Inogen decided that the waiter would be the easiest target since he was changing his uniform in the back room. Completely alone and with everyone else busy, it seemed like the best way to do things. How to charm someone still eluded him. Kakashi said to be confident, but was that really all there was to it? Was it really all in how one presented themselves? All he had to do was tell someone to do something and they would do it? Would that even work on someone who hated his guts? His confidence wasn't strong going in and he doubted it would get any stronger. He also doubted it could get any lower, so that was a plus. Scrubbing his stained vest, the waiter gave up and just changed his apron since there were plenty of spares. He saw Inogen out of the corner of his eye and addressed him before Inogen could get any closer. No uniforms, just aprons. It's your fault, loser. Don't you ever pay attention? Inogen gulped. He just had to be confident. How could he do that? The waiter seemed pretty confident. Maybe if he acted more like him, he could get him to obey. He stood tall and told his coworker, I need you to do something for me. The waiter looked at him, instantly aggravated by the mere notion. And what makes you think I will? Inogen could feel his knees shaking. He was nervous. He didn't think this would work, unconsciously making sure it didn't. He doubted himself, which ensured his attempt would fail. Nevertheless, he tried to power through and exceed expectations. As long as he acted like his coworker, whom he believed was incredibly confident, this would work. Stand where you are and don't move. His voice cracked a little, showing his nervousness. He hoped the waiter wouldn't notice. The waiter wrinkled his nose at him. Why? What's with you? Thinking commanding hand gestures would make this more effective, Inogen held out his hand as if telling a dog to stay. Be still. Do as I say. That only enraged the waiter. You're not my boss. Don't go telling me what to do. Maybe it was the tone of voice that was the problem. Inogen tried shouting, thinking it made him sound more commanding. Obey me. Do as I say. Stay right where you are. The waiter stomped over to stand toe-to-toe with Inogen, glaring down at him with a snarl. Please? Inogen squeaked. The waiter jammed the cloth he had been using to clean his vest into Inogen's mouth, making him gag. Before he could walk away, Inogen tried again in desperation. Spitting out the cloth, Inogen grabbed the waiter by his shoulders and held him in place. He made sure to give the waiter a good hard look in the eyes and ordered him to obey. "Have you lost your mind?" he asked, trying to push him away. "Look me in the eye and listen to me," Inogen ordered him. He saw the waiter's blue eyes looking into his pale ones but wasn't getting the reaction he wanted. The waiter just looked angry. "Hold still and don't fight me," Inogen told him, looking directly into his eyes. "Do as I say. Get off me. Do as I, ow." Inogen recoiled when the waiter stomped on his foot and grabbed the front of his shirt. He pulled Inogen's vest over his head, trapping his arms, and used Inogen's tie to keep them trapped before shoving him into the wall. "Next time, it'll be your legs I tie in a knot," the waiter said, leaving the room. Utterly defeated, Inogen untangled himself and returned to work. He knew he couldn't do it. After taking care of the other table's check, Inogen brought Kakashi's order to his table. "Your tomato pasta." Kakashi didn't even look at the plate placed in front of him. "You look even worse than when you left." Since Inogen couldn't see himself in the mirror, he had to take Kakashi's word for it. Considering what he had been through, he believed him. "I told you it wouldn't work." Fought back? I looked him in the eye. I ordered him. I was confident. I even acted like him to be more confident and it failed. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. Being confident and being a jerk are two separate things. Well, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. A lot of people can't and confuse the two. They think that being demanding is being confident. They think having an attitude and not listening to people is the same as being confident. But it isn't. Believing you can do something is having confidence, but some take it a step too far and become reckless and stupid. There's a fine line. "Well, I've never been very good about finding it," Inogen told him. "I'm going to starve to death and I've only been a vampire for a day. You see how I'm speaking with you right now? How you're speaking to me? Yeah? That's all you have to do. This right here is confidence." "No, it isn't." "Okay, fine," said Kakashi, sitting back in his chair. "Just pretend the person in front of you is a figment of your imagination. A projection of the real thing you'd like to tell off and confess to. They're there but only as you choose to see them." "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Inogen. "Speak to them the way I would if I were ranting to myself? Things I wish I could say to them but can't?" "Precisely," Kakashi told him. "Haven't you ever done that? Pretend they're in the room with you and unleash all the stuff you would like to say to them but know you can't because it wouldn't end well for you? Because you'd get fired or your ass kicked if you did? Tons of people rant to an imaginary version of that person to vent. There's only so much a person can take before they explode. Letting off a little steam here and there prevents you from exploding. Just look at it that way." Truthfully, Inogen had fantasized about telling off his co-workers and boss, saying and doing the things he never had the courage to do because he knew it would backfire. His co-workers would retaliate or tell the boss and it would go downhill from there. Other things weren't so much courageous as they were foolish. Punching his boss in the face would not only get him fired but land him a hefty assault charge, too. At least he had the forethought to understand that, which was why he knew it wouldn't be a good idea. Kakashi looked over his shoulder at the stairs and leaned closer to Inogen. "That boss you told me about should be alone in his office. Prime target. Feed on him." Inogen's heart skipped a beat and his spine turned to ice. "What? No. No way. From the things you told me, the guy's probably asleep in his office. It's a lot easier to charm someone when they just woke up because they're not fully alert yet and are easy to put under. Look him in the eye, tell him what you want him to do and he'll do it. He'll probably think he's dreaming if you catch him just as his eyes open." Inogen looked at the top of the stairs and back to Kakashi. "I don't know. Once you've done it successfully, it'll be easy to do it again. Every person from that point on will be a breeze." Kakashi wrapped the pasta around his fork, turning to his meal. "I better eat this before it gets cold. And take your time with my check. I might be a while." Kakashi was telling Inogen that he should do it now while he didn't have as many customers to wait on. Inogen walked slowly down the stairs and past the kitchen to the door down the hall far away from the noise of a busy restaurant. The wooden door had a plaque that read "Authorized Personnel Only" in bold letters. Inogen thought it should have just said "Manager" since he was often the only one allowed to be in there. He stood in front of the door for over a minute, trying to work up the courage to do this. If he messed this up, he ran the risk of being written up or fired. He honestly wasn't sure which was worse. Inogen grabbed the handle and slowly turned it. It was unlocked. He pushed it open slightly to see what his manager was doing. If he was actually doing work, he would have to come up with some excuse for why he was there and didn't bother to knock. Sure enough, Shikamaru was asleep at his desk, using a stack of papers as a pillow. Inogen crept inside and closed the door, being sure to lock it so no one could disturb them. He tiptoed over to the desk and stood beside Shikamaru, wondering how best to do this. He would wake up as soon as he felt someone bite him, so Inogen had to charm him first. He tried to think of the best way to do this without startling him. Inogen reached out to tap Shikamaru on the shoulder. Before he even touched him, Shikamaru snorted awake and sat up in his chair. "What the hell? I thought I told you I was busy." Inogen jumped back, keeping his hands at his sides. Yeah. You did. Sorry. Yeah. Shikamaru looked at him grouchily. "Well, spit it out. I don't have all day." Inogen fumbled for an answer. Well, I was wondering. I had a question. That is to say, for crying out loud, we're out of the clams. I told everyone that so you didn't have to come here and ask. Bothering me with. And I'm not going out there to tell the customer what you should have the balls to say yourself. Grow a pair. Inogen shook his head. That's not why I'm. Shikamaru's glower didn't improve, showing just how tedious this conversation was to him by the look in his eyes alone. The frown only helped to illustrate it further. Don't tell me you're here to tattle on your coworkers again. For God's sake, ignore them. I don't care how bad they hurt your feelings. You are not a child who needs a hug. You're never going to survive adulthood if you keep coming to me to solve all your problems, and believe me, you got a lot of them. Inogen was remembering why he hated his manager so much. He was always talking down to him, putting him down. It wasn't that he was preparing Inogen for adulthood. It was that he didn't care and didn't want to do his job. That was why it escalated. His co-workers knew they could get away with it, so they didn't stop. There was no authority and no leadership. Shikamaru didn't take charge. He ordered other people to do the work so he wouldn't have to, and avoided everyone by hiding in his office. It was always someone else's problem. It wasn't that the bullies needed to be lectured, it was that Inogen needed a spine. It wasn't that tattling was wrong, it was that Shikamaru didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to do his job, and it made Inogen's blood boil. The things he wanted to say to his boss. All the times he was told to ignore it and let people do what they wanted to do to him. That he didn't matter. That everyone else was more important than him. If Shikamaru had just listened to him and done his job, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. They do what they do because they know you won't stop them, Inogen told Shikamaru, finding his voice. You tell me to be a doormat because you don't want to handle the issues. Sarada's out there doing your job so you don't have to. She might be head waitress, but you're the manager. You can't put everything on her. Shikamaru's chair swiveled around, but he didn't get out of his seat, preferring to lecture Inogen from a sitting position. You got some gall speaking to me that way. Since when do you talk back to the one who gives the orders? Since I'll be the one giving them from now on. Inogen kept his eyes on Shikamaru's. You'll listen to me and do as I say. A flicker of resistance appeared in Shikamaru's eyes as his face started to change. At first, it appeared shocked, then confused. As it started to change to one of docile acceptance, Shikamaru did a double take and tried to speak, but he seemed to be losing the will to finish his thought while he formed the words. Why, you really think I'm going to let? Be quiet and listen to what I tell you. Inogen did not raise his voice, and he did not demand. He spoke as his co-workers did to each other when getting ready for the shift or closing up for the night. A tone of camaraderie. The boys did as they were told by the girls because they didn't command them and because they wanted to please them. They wanted to help, and that tone of voice seemed to resonate in Shikamaru in a similar way. He, too, wanted to please. Shikamaru visibly relaxed in his chair and sat silently with a vapid expression on his face. Whatever Inogen had to say, he was all ears. He just wanted to know what he could do for him. Whatever Inogen wanted. He trusted him thoroughly and completely. Shikamaru waited for him to speak, but Inogen was so beside himself with shock that he couldn't speak. Had this actually worked? Shikamaru seemed to be hanging on his every word, even when he wasn't saying anything. Hearing his stomach growl, Inogen knew what he needed to do. He stepped closer to Shikamaru and spoke to him clearly and calmly. I am going to bite your neck, and that makes you feel happy. Immensely happy. You will not feel any pain at all, just pure contentment. You will not remember that I bit you, but you will remember the joy it gave you. A serene look came over Shikamaru's face, his head dipping slightly to the side to give Inogen better access. A smile started to spread across his face in anticipation for what was to come. He was looking forward to this. Inogen broke eye contact to focus on Shikamaru's neck, which caused no change in Shikamaru whatsoever. It seemed once he had given the command, eye contact was no longer needed. There was his neck, so fleshy and delectable. It was like biting into a chocolate shell to get at the cream inside. The best part was always inside. Swallowing his pooling saliva, Inogen bit down on Shikamaru's neck, unable to contain himself any longer. He was hungry and wanted to eat. Shikamaru's neck oozed with flavor. His blood tasted so good. It was delicious. Inogen and Shikamaru let out a moan of ecstasy at the same time. Pure elation overtook Shikamaru and his smile stretched as far as it would go and refused to leave. Never had he felt such joy before. He thought he was going to burst, there was so much of it. He loved having Inogen bite him. Oh, wow, he breathed as his eyes started to roll. Nothing else in this world mattered than what was going on right now. Worries, thoughts, cares all melted away, leaving only the two of them in this blissful moment. Once he had his fill, Inogen parted from Shikamaru, who fell back in his chair completely spent. Even as he sat slumped with his arms hanging over the arms of the desk chair, the smile never left Shikamaru's face. He blinked slowly, staring at nothing, dazed but content. Inogen pulled Shikamaru's collar up to hide the holes in his neck and backed away to observe his work. "You okay, Shikamaru, sir?" "So okay," Shikamaru said languorously. "So very beyond okay." "Okay," Inogen said, hoping this was normal. "Well, I better get back to work." Shikamaru chuckled deliriously and lifted his arm to wave, which fell back down, too heavy for him to hold up. "Okay, but bye." Inogen closed the office door with a raised eyebrow. He hoped his manager was alright. He returned to collect Kakashi's plate and earn a proud smile from Kakashi and a pat on the back. "You did it. My little boy's all grown up." "Yeah." Inogen leaned down to whisper, "Do they always act like that after? It's a little weird. Some tend to act drunk or loopy. When they don't fall asleep on you." "He behaving anything like that?" "Drunk, yeah. That goes away pretty quick. Give it time. He'll probably just want to sleep for a while." Kakashi arched his back as he stretched. "If it makes you feel any better, I'll hang around for a bit to make sure. Bring on the dessert menu." The next afternoon, Inogen went in for his shift at the restaurant as usual, aside from having to bundle up to hide from the sun. He had left Shikamaru alone after feeding on him, and Shikamaru, as was his custom, didn't show his face for the rest of the night. All the while he wondered if his manager was truly alright. Maybe he should have checked on him before going home. An arm blocked the door on his way out of the back room, 3 waiters standing there to confront him. What happened last night? Inogen's heart started to beat faster. Did they know? Did they go in to see the manager and find him a puddle in his chair? Did they see the blood on his lips? He was sure he had cleaned up after he fed, and Kakashi never mentioned anything. Surely, he would have told him if he had blood on his face. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, said the one holding out his arm to block his path. I had to cover your tables when you disappeared for half an hour. Like I didn't have enough to do. It seemed they didn't know. Oh, that. Sorry. But I did take care of my tables. I brought the check to one and the plate to the other. The other two, he told him. They hadn't gotten their drinks since you disappeared and flagged me down. So did the table that wanted their check. Said they were going to miss their movie if you didn't show up soon. I couldn't tell them they weren't in my section, so I didn't have to cater to them because that would reflect poorly on our business. I had to handle it so I wouldn't get an earful. Sorry. Thanks. I mean, Inogen bowed his head in apology. It won't happen again. What exactly were you doing when you disappeared? Where were you? Inogen came up with a simple explanation. Restroom. You weren't doing something with Sarada, were you? Or maybe one of the others who also weren't on the floor during that time? This explained why more than one was confronting him. They must have thought he was sneaking around to be with the girls, cornering them to flirt or gossip without the competition. No, it's nothing like that. I didn't see them last night. Honest. I was in the restroom. Don't try anything, the one waiter warned. We're all equal here. Yeah, right. What? I said you're right. Inogen tried to move around the waiter's arm. We should really get to work, right? They let him go, giving him dirty looks the whole time. One of the girls walked by and smiled at the group. Hey, guys. Let's do our best today. Yes, senpai, they chorused back. Inogen, can you get the tablecloths for me? Sure thing, Sarada. That's senpai to you, a waiter reminded him. Senpai. I mean, senpai. As they were setting up, the manager came in to address them. Everyone stopped working to listen, but there was something else that was holding their attention. Afternoon, everyone, Shikamaru said cheerfully. Let's be sure to do our best today. The staff raised their eyebrows and exchanged confused looks. Shikamaru was never this enthusiastic about work before, normally grumbling like it wasn't worth his time. He was smiling like he was on top of the world. "I've got your tables right here." Shikamaru held up the chart on his clipboard. It's okay if you want me to do it, sir. Don't worry about it, Sarada. I've been making you do it for a while and it should really be my responsibility. You focus on your normal duties." Sarada stepped back in line, taken aback by his response. "Alright, if you say so. Iwabe, you have tables 14 through 17 in the upper section, and Boruto gets to join you on the rest. Sarada will be our greeter for the evening, so don't worry about the tables. Chocho will have tables 1 through 4 and Inogen will have 5, 6, and 7. And for tables 8 through 10, Iwabe and Boruto glared at Inogen, realizing he would be on the main floor with the girls while they were running up and down the stairs and hardly get to see them. Sarada seemed surprised as well, getting an easy workload for a change. Being a greeter wasn't the easiest job, but she didn't have to run food back and forth in addition to escorting customers to them from the door and taking phone calls. Getting to do only half of that was a lightened load for sure. Of course, this also meant she wouldn't be near the other servers, so Boruto and Iwabe wouldn't get a chance to even speak with her that night. Inogen was amazed by Shikamaru's consideration. Still a no on the clams, but we'll get those in soon. Also, nice job on pushing the greens last night. The tablecloths are freshly washed and ready for the tables. Make sure to refill the sugars. A lot of people were ordering coffee during the day. I also need someone to get the tablecloths from the lunch service over to laundry and take out the trash. That bin in the back of the kitchen is overflowing. When they were dismissed, Inogen returned to dressing the tables. "Oh, Inogen, never mind that," Shikamaru told him. "I have a different job for you instead. Boruto will take over. Iwabe, the trash, if you will." Normally they wouldn't have to do Inogen's drudge work, so this made their heads turn. They saw Shikamaru put his arm around Inogen's shoulders like they were old chums and lead him to the front entrance. He told Inogen to wash the windows, which was one of the easiest jobs there was. "Be a dear, won't you?" Shikamaru said, bringing the window cleaner and rag to him personally. Normally he would be taking out the trash, and if the bag broke, he would have to clean it all up no matter how long it took. Iwabe was bigger and stronger than he was, so it always made sense for him to do it instead of scrawny little Inogen, and it seemed that reality finally dawned on Shikamaru. "Sir?" Inogen asked timidly. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm great," Shikamaru answered, smiling joyfully. He had been in a good mood all day. Inogen wasn't sure. This seemed weird to him. "It's just, normally you'd give me the really hard jobs." "What gives?" Shikamaru shrugged. "I just really like you." You do?" "Yeah." Shikamaru looked dubiously to the side while his smile remained where it was. "Is that weird?" "Don't know why, I just do." Did this mean Shikamaru deliberately gave him the difficult jobs or the ones he knew Inogen would struggle with because he didn't like him? He had suspected as much, but he dumped everyone with a ton of work, so it helped mask any disdain he had for a particular individual. "Well," said Shikamaru, clapping his hands together, "I better go help out in the kitchen. Gotta make sure we have enough for the dinner rush." And, with a spring in his step, he left. Inogen blinked in disbelief and shook his head. This is so weird. He had to ask Kakashi if this was normal behavior for bite victims. It just seemed strange to him. Having only 3 tables to see to made things a little easier for Inogen. Unfortunately, he marched to the all-familiar tune of demanding customers wanting discounts or food prepped to their specifications. Allergies he could sympathize with, but some just had personal preferences that were difficult to fulfill. One woman wanted her drink served at exactly 40 degrees and kept sending it back when it wasn't the right temperature. A man sent his steak back because there was too much fat on it, which got Inogen in trouble with the cooks who had to redo it in addition to the other orders. "What is taking so long?" Iwabe asked, standing at the counter separating the servers from the cooks. "Table 17 needs their fish already, and how long does it take to make a salad?" "Ponytail, what did you mess up this time?" Iwabe was referring to Inogen, who kept his hair pinned back in a short ponytail. As usual, he figured Inogen had done something to hinder the kitchen staff and make the orders take longer. "It's not my fault. The guy at my table keeps sending back his steak. Tell him we'll run out if he keeps sending them back." "What's the problem?" Choji shoved a plate through the opening between the counter and upper shelf. "Here's your steak. If he sends it back again, I'll just trim the fat and hand it back to you." "I'm not making it again." Inogen took the plate in his hands. "Thanks. Sorry." Quit apologizing and get going before he complains it's too cold next. Salad, Choji. Where's my salad and fish for table 17? Hold your horses, Iwabe. I'm going as fast as I can. Inogen brought the plate to the table and stepped away to see to another. When that table was finished, he cleared it and carried the dishes to the kitchen for cleaning. Sometimes the waiters had to bus the tables if no one else was available. If the other waiters were too busy, he would get stuck doing it because things had to move quickly and it couldn't be left for someone else to do when customers were lining up. As he carried the plates and cups to the kitchen, Shikamaru stopped him. I got that. Don't worry about these. Just go see to the tables. You sure? He asked as Shikamaru took the bin holding all the dishware. Yeah, don't want you dropping it. I know my way to the kitchen. He winked and went away. It seemed Shikamaru was still in a good mood, which baffled Inogen. He definitely had to ask Kakashi about this the next time they met. Inogen, Sarada called, seeing him just standing there. Can you show these people to their table and take their order? His section was almost empty, so it was only natural for them to be seated in that area. He showed them to their table and took their drink order. As he went to the kitchen, Sarada called again. Take your time, said the silver-haired man. I'm in no hurry. Inogen stopped so fast, he nearly lost his footing. What are you doing here? I came for a bite, Kakashi answered. It was unclear whether or not he was joking. But you were just here last night. Is that a problem? He asked. I may just become a regular here. Unless, you'd prefer I go somewhere else. No, not at all, Sarada said quickly and turned to Inogen. What are you doing? She hissed. Nothing. Are you trying to make him feel unwelcome so he leaves? Don't drive away business. Sarada had gotten so close to his ear that he could smell her perfume. I'm not. I was just surprised. It's okay. I kind of know him. Sarada moved away, no longer angry. You two know each other? You friends? How? Well, it's kind of a long story. I'm his teacher, Kakashi answered, thinly veiling the truth. Really? Inogen rubbed the back of his neck. Well, technically. Kakashi adjusted his scarf. Now that I know he works here, I may just stop by on a regular basis. That isn't a problem, is it, young lady? No, she said louder than she wanted to and quickly lowered her voice. No, it's fine. We're happy to have you, sir. Welcome. Inogen will be happy to seat you. Wonderful, said Kakashi. That cannoli cake was really delicious. I'll have to sample some of your other desserts to see how they compare. Sarada was blushing in his presence. She turned her head to face the other way, speaking to Inogen. This guy's really handsome. Is he really your teacher? Lucky. You can only see half his face. Though even Inogen had to admit Kakashi was good-looking with or without his face covered up. Sarada pushed a menu into Inogen with more force than indented and smiled giddily at Kakashi. Just follow him to your table, sir. He'll take care of you. Kakashi nodded at her in appreciation. My, what a charming girl you are. So polite to boot. If he gets too busy, maybe you can see to me. Sarada bit her lip to keep from making a noise and turned away to hide her blush. Inogen seated Kakashi in his section and asked as he handed him the menu, what the hell was that about? You'd be surprised how much free food I tend to get when women take notice. You know exactly what you're doing, don't you? Have you no shame? I'm not doing anything. You were flirting with her, weren't you? I was being charming. Women love that. It's not like I'm asking her out. If you want to go for it yourself. What? No. I don't feel that way about her. Besides, the guy's already. Inogen suddenly remembered his question. While you're here, there's something I want to ask. Shoot, Kakashi said, opening the menu to peruse the selection of drinks. Remember how I bit Shikamaru last night? Well, he's been acting weird all day. Define weird. He's been in a really good mood all day. He's even been nicer to me. It's strange. I don't think he's stopped smiling either. Is that a bad thing? Kakashi asked without taking his eyes off the menu. Inogen grimaced slightly. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. He says he's okay, but is this normal? Some people form attachments to the vampires who bite them. They bond on some level. The more they're exposed to the vampire, the longer it tends to last. You see this guy every day at work, so it's likely to last a while. It also depends on what you told the guy when he went under. What I told him? Kakashi still didn't look up from the menu. Based on what you described, I'm guessing you told him to equate the bite with pleasure in some way so he wouldn't resist you. Am I right? Inogen remembered what he told Shikamaru before biting him and knew this was accurate. I told him that being bitten would make him happy. That he'd enjoy it. Kinky. Not like that, Inogen said sharply. Relax, I know what you mean. Kakashi looked away from the menu. What you told him was fine and typical for most vampires. I've told people to find it pleasant when I don't tell them to sleep through the experience. It's fine. You sure there's nothing to worry about? Him being like this is just a side effect from being bitten. Even without having to be told to find it enjoyable, some feel invigorated after being bitten. It's nothing to worry about. It will wear off over time. Since you fed off him, the two of you have bonded. He feels closer to you and he's still riding on that high of being bitten. He'll be fine. Inogen looked at the ground. If you say so. Kakashi looked up at him from his seat. Is it really that inconvenient for you? Your boss likes you now. He has a positive association with being around you. His good mood has made him motivated. What's the problem? I guess. I mean, when you put it that way. Inogen started to see this as a good thing. He is being more considerate. And he is doing his job instead of making us do it for him. And he does seem happy. Has this impacted you negatively at all? Not really. In fact, my work's been the easiest it's been in a long time. Then sit back and enjoy it. Kakashi pointed to something on the menu. Also, bring me one of these cocktails. Kakashi didn't seem the least bit concerned, so why should he be? Maybe this was a good thing. Good job today, everyone, Sarada said as she wiped down the tables, cleared of their tablecloths. Oh. And nice work, Inogen. She gave him a thumbs up and wink. Inogen hoped the boys didn't see that. Oh, I didn't. She giggled and leaned over to Cho-Cho. His teacher's so cute. Really? He came into the restaurant and said he might become a regular here. Maybe you'll get to see him. Sarada gave a quiet squeal, almost touching heads with Cho-Cho. The guy is gorgeous. He that hot? The parts of him I could see anyway. Cho-Cho started giggling and squealing, too. Oh, Sarada, I mean, he did have a scarf covering the bottom part of his face. But I could tell he was handsome. I mean, if the top part of him was that good, I can tell the rest is probably just as good, if not better. He probably covers up so girls don't go fainting when they see him. A mystery man. Oh, I like a man of mystery. While the girls talked, Inogen slipped away to put the tablecloths with the rest of the laundry. Most of the staff had already gone home, leaving only a few behind to finish the cleaning. One of them blocked the door with his body, keeping Inogen from leaving. When Inogen saw the blonde waiter standing there with his arms clutching the threshold, he backed away into the lockers. He didn't have to see the waiter's glare to know he was angry. What happened between you and Sarada? He asked, closing the door with his foot. Nothing. I didn't. I saw you talking to her. I saw her blushing. What did you say to her? What part of not getting a jump on us didn't you understand? I thought we were clear on how things worked around here. Have you no respect? No, it wasn't me she was blushing at. It was the guy who came in. She thought he was hot. And she got that close to you to express that? Yeah, come off it. You're telling me it's the same as what she's doing with Cho-Cho right now? Considering how they see me, I might as well be one of their girlfriends, so why not? Inogen knew the arrangement he had with the girls and understood that he would never get anywhere with them, especially Sarada, since she and Cho-Cho both told him flat out that they saw him as a brother. He was annoyed that this was the arrangement, but even more annoyed and angry that Boruto and the other waiters didn't seem to grasp that. No matter how many times it was explained to them, they just didn't understand. Part of him knew that the waiters were going to see him as a threat because of how close he could get to them even if it was purely innocent. For him, it wasn't about conquest but being a puppy they could pet and coo at, which was apparently just as bad because he was getting more attention than they were. That's all there was to it. They didn't care what kind of attention it was. They didn't want him to get any. Being seen as a fellow girlfriend or brother was just as bad as trying to snatch one up romantically because it was attention they weren't getting. Jealousy. That's all it was. And nothing Inogen could say was going to change that. Unless... Inogen blinked, a light bulb going off in his head. He had a power now. He could change their minds. How they felt about him could change with just one look. It probably wouldn't be as potent as it was without the bite, but he didn't care if their feelings were as strong as Shikamaru's. He just wanted them to not see him as a punching bag or competition. You've worked here over a year and you still don't get how things work. How dumb are you to not get it by now? Inogen retorted, how dumb are you that you can't grasp that I can't help how they see me and that you're jealous over nothing? The blonde waiter put him against the lockers, the metallic clanging making Inogen's ears ring. What did you say to me? I ought to rip your head off. Inogen looked the waiter in the eyes. But you don't want to hurt me, do you? You bet I do, he answered. Inogen tried again, staring deeper into the waiter's eyes. You're not angry at me anymore. Taken aback by this, the waiter wavered a moment. What? He looked at Inogen like he was speaking another language. What the hell are you? You don't feel angry anymore. Inogen tried to impart his will onto the waiter. You're not angry at me. He could feel the waiter's hold on his vest weaken. You're just stressed from work. Yeah, he said haltingly. That's probably it. Inogen put his hands on the waiter's, gently removing them from his vest. All that stress had made you feel angry, but you're not angry anymore. Now you're just tired. The waiter looked very calm. I am a bit tired. You should go home and get some rest. And forget about our conversation tonight. You don't remember seeing me near Sarada. The waiter's eyes fluttered. Yeah, that's right. He didn't move until Inogen told him to, walking slowly towards the door. In a haze, his fingers had trouble operating the knob, but he managed to open the door and leave. He bumped into someone in the hall but barely noticed. Boruto, what's up with you? I should go home and get some rest, Boruto answered tiredly and walked past Iwabe. Iwabe watched Boruto leave, wondering what just happened. The next day, Inogen went to work wondering what kind of effect he had on Boruto. He didn't bite him, so he doubted he would be in the same ecstatic mood as Shikamaru, but he might have been in a relatively good one. At the very least, he hoped Boruto would see him in a better light. That wasn't the case. He was still insanely jealous of him getting anywhere near Sarada and glared at him whenever he spoke to her. However, there was one change. When he got in Inogen's face to remind him of the pecking order, he kept it brief, running out of steam the second he got started. He seemed to lack the will to tell him off and moved on to do his work. Curious, Inogen got closer to Boruto to see if he could figure out what was going on. Boruto went from annoyed to shy in a matter of seconds and kept his gaze away from Inogen without moving physically away from him. It was as if he wanted to avoid him while remaining close to him. Boruto would ask him menial questions and pause a while before speaking again. Your voice is very soothing, he finally said. Something about it makes me. Boruto went back to scrubbing tables with fervor, wanting to avoid the conversation. A soothing voice? Him? Inogen had never been told that before. Did his voice change when he used his power, or was this just their interpretation while under his influence? Because they were already in a relaxed state, they must have associated his voice with the feeling because they would hear it while looking into his eyes. Shikamaru showed up as usual to give them the pep talk. He was still in a good mood, but his smile wasn't as big as it was before. I'm pleased to report that the clams are in and we're fully stocked. Let's give it our all today. As for table assignments, Inogen got the first floor again along with Iwabe and Chocho. Boruto got the second floor along with Sarada, so he had something to be happy about. The two of them would be up there together without any other servers. This should make Boruto less cross with Inogen. The service started and things went well until Inogen got a difficult customer. He ordered one dish after another, sending them back and ordering something else because it wasn't what he was expecting. He told Inogen that he didn't want to be charged for any of the dishes he sent back. This was a conundrum because the restaurant had policies to enforce and prided itself on good customer service. If there was something wrong with the dish, the customer wasn't charged. However, there were people who just wanted a free meal and would make trouble to get their way. Inogen was told to be wary of such customers, but he also had to do things by the book. He knew what he should have done in this situation, but he didn't know if that was the best solution. When he returned to ask how the food was, the man hadn't touched his dish, pointing angrily at something on his steak. Is this how you treat customers here? What do you mean? Someone spit in my food. Look at it right there on top of my steak. Inogen looked and said, that's butter. The man got even angrier. Are you arguing with me, boy? I know what it is. Now what do you intend to do about it? Inogen frowned in uncertainty. He knew there was nothing wrong with the food and the man was just starting trouble. I can get you another plate. You're going to have to do better than that. The man's angry expression turned to one of manipulative wickedness. I think I shouldn't have to pay the check. And I should have a free dessert coming my way. Inogen couldn't do that. It was a waste of money and food. This man was a huge scammer. I can get the chef to make you another steak, but I can't comp all the food and drinks you. The man grew cross again. What kind of service are you running here? Once word gets out how you treat customers here, the place'll shut down. I can ruin you. Maybe I should talk to your manager and see how he feels about you keeping your job. He'd probably keep it since Shikamaru liked him now. The man spreading rumors about the restaurant would hurt all of them. Inogen didn't want the servers to suffer because of this guy. It wasn't their fault he wanted to start trouble. Though, what if he didn't? Inogen looked into the man's eyes. I'm sorry you feel that way. So sorry. I hope I can make you feel better and make your experience here more pleasurable. The man recoiled slightly, finding Inogen's words and behavior strange. Well, I want you to enjoy the food. The restaurant is nice, isn't it? Why, yeah. I guess it is. The man didn't seem to know what was happening. Something was off. You're not upset anymore, Inogen told him. You like the service here. It's great. And the food is amazing. The man surrendered to Inogen's will and sat placidly in his chair. Yes. It is. Please. Inogen gestured to the plate with his hand. Enjoy your food before it gets cold. It's really delicious. Yes, said the man, still looking into his eyes. It looks delicious. Inogen broke eye contact and smiled. Take your time and enjoy. The man turned to his food and started to cut his steak with his knife and fork and eat. He didn't complain. It was the best steak he had ever eaten. He was happy to be here and enjoy this wonderful food. Afterward, the man agreed to pay his check and didn't complain. He told Inogen that this was the best service he had ever had and never felt so comfortable in a restaurant before. The food was exquisite and couldn't find fault with anything. He didn't seem to remember any of his past complaints either, agreeing to pay for all the food he ordered, even the ones he sent back. Wow, Inogen said to himself after the customer left. I guess I'm more powerful than I thought. He wondered what else he could do. He could make his job so much easier. As he went into the kitchen to get another table's order, he paused in the middle of lifting the plate off the counter. He felt hungry. It hit him so suddenly, he was frozen, listening to his stomach growl. He looked at the food on the plate, tempted to eat it, but that wasn't what he was hungry for. He swallowed and brought the plate to the customer. He was surrounded by temptation. He stood in the middle of his section, smelling the different foods and hearing the clanging of silverware on dishes. These people eating their meals were cattle, adding flavor to their bodies. He wanted to harvest them so much. Feeling his fingers twitch with desire to strike, Inogen hurried away to stand at the bar by the stairs. The bartender there wasn't too busy, so Inogen figured it would be a good place to stand and collect himself. The bartender hissed inwardly as he cut himself while slicing a lime and went over to the sink near where Inogen stood to wash it off. It was a small cut, but the blood kept coming. What a waste. All that good blood literally down the drain. When the bartender lifted his hand up, he saw more blood start to come down and looked for a bandage. Inogen wanted to lick it so bad. What are you doing? The bartender asked in the middle of pulling out a bandage from under the bar. Without realizing it, Inogen had grabbed the man's hand and was pulling it closer to his mouth. Inogen quickly released him, apologized and hurried to the back of the restaurant. He couldn't fight this much longer. If he didn't want to make a scene, he had to find blood, fast. The manager. Inogen went to the office, but Shikamaru wasn't there. He was actually doing his job, which made it harder to find him. He started to search for him but turned up nothing. His search led him to the break room where Iwabe was getting a drink from the canteen he kept in his locker. He shot Inogen a look when he saw him. What's up with you? Desperate, Inogen figured that Iwabe was better than anyone and now was the time to do it while they were alone. Why are you looking at me like that? Iwabe asked as he stashed the bottle back in his locker and closed the door. Inogen approached and took hold of Iwabe's shoulders. Since the boy was so much taller than he was, it was impossible to reach his neck from this position. He would also be easily overpowered if he didn't get Iwabe under control soon. What do you think you're doing, nutcase? Look at me. Iwabe leaned away from him. What makes you think I want to? Get away from me. Inogen dug his nails into Iwabe's arms. Look at me, Iwabe. He looked and saw Inogen's eyes. What are you doing? Relax and listen to me. Inogen kept his eyes focused on Iwabe and Iwabe did the same. Calm down. You're fine. There is no threat. You are going to listen to me and do as I say. Strangely enough, he wanted to. He didn't know why he wanted to, but he did. Iwabe wanted to do whatever Inogen said. You are feeling relaxed and happy. I am going to bite your neck and that will make you feel even happier. The more blood I drink, the happier you will be. It is the best feeling you have ever had. It makes you feel so good. Iwabe smiled dreamily at him, every inch of his body feeling relaxed. He felt Inogen push gently on his shoulders, lowering him, and Iwabe let it happen. He had no will to resist, nor did he want to, knowing what was to come. The bite. He wanted him to bite his neck because it would feel so good. He knew it would. Inogen told him it would. He trusted him more than anyone. Inogen practically lunged at Iwabe to get at the blood as quickly as he could. The moment he bit him, Iwabe's smile spread, taking up his whole face. His eyes twinkled as he breathed blissfully. This truly was the greatest feeling he had ever experienced. Sweet euphoria. Ah! Iwabe breathed, enjoying every moment of this interaction. Feeling Inogen suck the blood from his neck was pure bliss. There were no words to describe how good it felt. Inogen's warm body pressed against his was so comforting. A sweet bonding moment, providing nourishment for someone he felt very close to. Satisfied, Inogen parted from Iwabe's neck, licking his lips. His blood tasted amazing. It really hit the spot. Iwabe was melting into the floor with the same euphoric smile with 2 bite wounds in his neck. Inogen tried to lift Iwabe's collar to hide them, but the top one still showed. He opened one of the lockers and took out a cloth which was really a handkerchief. Iwabe? Yeah? He asked in a voice that sounded like he was on the verge of a giggle fit. His eyes were rolling as his eyelids drooped and opened repeatedly. Inogen held out the handkerchief. Can you tie this around your neck like a scarf? Iwabe tried to take it, but his eyelids drooped and opened repeatedly. Inogen held out the handkerchief. Can you tie this around your neck like a scarf? Iwabe tried to take it, but his arms weren't working properly. He couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. Inogen did it for him, tying the handkerchief around his neck and tucking it under his collar, making sure the holes were covered up. I need you to wear this for a couple of days. Don't take it off while you're at work. Iwabe blinked his eyes slowly as if to nod. Okay. You got it. Inogen tried to pull him to his feet. Can you stand? Iwabe tried, but his legs were jelly. He staggered multiple times into the lockers and into Inogen before finding his footing. Inogen wasn't sure if Iwabe was in any condition to work. He couldn't have Iwabe dropping dishes on customers' heads. Maybe you need a minute to regroup. Why you say that? Iwabe asked, slurring his words. Yeah, you're still a little woozy. Hang on. Inogen tried to think of a solution. Rather than take the tables himself, he figured Shikamaru could do it. Maybe he was back in his office doing work. He couldn't find him before, but maybe now would be different. Stay here. Inogen went to the office, but it was still empty. He asked cooks in the kitchen if they had seen him, and everyone said they were too focused on their work to notice. He couldn't find him on the floor either. Where could he be? Come to think of it, there was another person Inogen hadn't seen tonight. On a hunch, Inogen went out the back door and found Kakashi biting Shikamaru's neck next to the dumpster. What are you doing? Kakashi took his mouth off Shikamaru's neck to answer. Having a snack. Want some? I just ate, Inogen said automatically, then went back to the situation at hand. I fed off him 2 nights ago. Is he going to be okay? Can he handle that? Usually. Kakashi turned Shikamaru around so he was facing Inogen. Say hi, Shikamaru. Shikamaru's eyes were barely open. Hi. He said weakly. I don't think he's okay. Oh, he's just a little tired. Aren't you, Shikamaru? Kakashi took Shikamaru's jaw in his hand and made him nod. Fearing his manager was on the verge of death, Inogen begged Kakashi to stop, reaching out to take Shikamaru away from him. Don't take any more. He'll dry up. Please. I don't think he can handle it. No worries. I was finished anyway. Here you go. Kakashi held Shikamaru out as if handing him off. As soon as he took his hand away, Shikamaru fell to the ground, completely limp. What did you just do? You drained all his blood, didn't you? Is he? No, he's fine, Kakashi assured him. You tell people to feel happy, I tell them to feel tired. He'll live, if that's what you're worried about. Inogen bent down to make sure Shikamaru was still alive and heard him breathing. I was just coming to ask if he could take over for Iwabe. Now neither one of them is in any condition. Why? What's up with Iwabe? I drank from him and now he can barely stand. He's kinda woozy, so I thought he needed a minute to collect himself. Kakashi nodded. Ah. I see. I'm pretty confident that he'll be able to work if you tell him to. You'd be amazed how easy it is for someone to fall back into old habits, doing what they've done hundreds of times. It's autopilot. Can he do it and not cause a scene? Like, dropping food on people for example? And get the bill taken care of? Tell him to do it and I'm sure he can handle it. He's already in a fragile state and highly suggestible. Just make sure to look him in the eyes to make sure it takes. Inogen looked at the man lying at his feet. And Shikamaru? If you're that worried about him. Kakashi bent down to speak in Shikamaru's ear. Shikamaru, he called as if coaxing a child awake. Wake up! Look at me! Shikamaru opened his eyes, which took great effort on his part. He looked hazily at Kakashi, and as soon as he found his eyes, he became slightly more alert. Get up, Kakashi told him. Shikamaru picked himself up, eyes glued to Kakashi's the whole time. You're feeling much better. Go back to your office and relax. Take it easy for the rest of the evening. Shikamaru looked away, standing up. He made his way over to the back door and went inside without acknowledging either of them. See? Kakashi said to Inogen. That's all you have to do. It's easy. Now you on Iwabe. Inogen nodded. Okay. He felt he was getting the hang of this. When he returned to the back room, Iwabe was struggling to stay standing, holding the lockers for support. He looked like the earth was spinning. Inogen guided Iwabe's chin towards him and looked him in the eye. You're feeling better now. You feel strength in your legs again. You are ready to get back to work. Iwabe became more steady on his feet and stood up straight. Let's get back to work, Iwabe, he said, breaking eye contact. Yeah, Iwabe answered, gradually becoming more alert. Let's get back to work. The two left the back room together to pick up where they left off. I feel a little foggy, said Iwabe, holding his head. Did something happen? He didn't remember a thing. Inogen shrugged without looking his way. Guess you're working too hard. Yeah. Iwabe was staring at Inogen's back. Did you become less irritating somehow? Why do you say that? I don't know, Iwabe confessed. You just seem more pleasant somehow. Like I can finally tell that you're a nice guy. And charming in a weird kind of way. Iwabe was starting to bond with Inogen and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. As long as it made Iwabe nicer to be around and kinder to him, he supposed he didn't mind. Say, this might be a weird question, but, what's your favorite color? Inogen's brows knitted together. Iwabe was starting to sound like a schoolgirl with a crush. Purple? He said hesitantly. Purple, Iwabe repeated. Yeah, I can see that. Inogen flinched. And what is that supposed to mean? Nothing insulting. I like blue, too. I just happen to like darker colors. He rubbed his arm, feeling self-conscious. Pastels would clash with my complexion. Purple always looked better on me. My mom likes the color, too. Which also doesn't mean anything. Iwabe shook his head. No, it's cool. Not judging. Inogen's cheeks started to turn pink. Rah, I just made it sound even more awkward. Why do I do this to myself? I should have kept my mouth shut. It's no wonder the girls don't see me as. Not that any of you seem to care. I've explained this so many times and it never seems to get through. For the first time ever, Iwabe cared about Inogen's feelings. He didn't like seeing him upset or hurt. He wanted to comfort him and he didn't know why. He just wanted Inogen to be okay. Sorry. Iwabe wasn't sure why he said that. Maybe we've been holding you back. Maybe you would do better with the girls if we left you alone. He didn't know why he said that either. You talking about that stupid pack about if you like someone, no one goes after them? Maybe? Iwabe scratched his jaw. I don't know what I'm talking about or why I'm saying it. I just want to see you happy. Iwabe's face turned bright red. Not things. Say. Words not working. I gotta get back to my tables. Later. Inogen raised his brow. What was that about? Iwabe was even more awkward than he was. What was he trying to say before he panicked? Was his connection to Inogen stronger than he thought? Was Iwabe starting to develop a crush on him? He certainly didn't want that. Maybe Iwabe was afraid that's what was happening and freaked out. Inogen decided to keep his distance from Iwabe until things calmed down. According to Kakashi, these feelings went away after a while, but the longer they interacted with each other, the longer it would last. The next day, Inogen came in to work as usual and noticed Iwabe deliberately trying to avoid looking at him. When setting the tablecloths for the dinner service, he and Iwabe touched hands, which made Iwabe gasp and quickly turn away, blushing. Not knowing when he'd get another opportunity like this, Inogen decided to tease him a little. You like me, huh? Iwabe's jaw clenched. Can we forget I said anything yesterday? It came out wrong. What came out wrong? Then you don't like me? I do. Iwabe avoided looking at him. Just that you're a nice person to be around. You want to be friends? Iwabe didn't know what he wanted. Maybe? Sure. I don't know. Can you lift that up for me while I get the cloth on? Sure thing. Iwabe instinctively hoisted the seasoning dispensers off the table. Immediately after he wondered why he did it. He was helping Inogen, but why did he want to? He should have made Inogen do it. He had things to ready for his shift, too. Thanks, Iwabe. He blushed, feeling warm inside. You're welcome. He couldn't stop smiling. Feeling awkward, Iwabe moved away from Inogen's table. He liked Inogen but thought he couldn't be near him. Not until he knew what was going on. He had never felt like this before and wasn't sure what to make of it. Was it okay for him to feel this way? What was this feeling? Okay, everyone. Gather up. Shikamaru walked to his usual spot to address the group. He wasn't smiling as much and looked like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. I got your table assignments. Inogen and Iwabe are on the upper floor tonight. It seemed he no longer desired to give Inogen the easy work. His effect must have worn off or Kakashi's countered it. Iwabe stuck his hand in the air. Can I get a different section? Shikamaru glanced over the clipboard in his direction. You got a problem with your assignment? I'd just rather not be working so close to Inogen. Who could blame you? Boruto muttered under his breath. He did a double take when he noticed the look Iwabe was giving him. Almost like he was offended by the remark. Shikamaru put his hands on his hips. Oh, I'm sorry I'm making you do your job. What would you rather do? Look for another one if this is too hard for you? Iwabe shook his head. No, sir. It's fine. I'll work where you tell me to. That's better. Shikamaru looked at the clipboard again. Cho-cho, you get tables. He lowered the clipboard again, looking at Iwabe. What are you wearing? He looked up. Me? Yeah, you. What's around your neck? My neck? Iwabe touched the handkerchief he had fastened around his neck without realizing. Oh, a scarf, I think. Something popped into his head and he said, Is it okay if I keep it on? Shikamaru eyed him up and down. Well, it's not really part of your uniform, but alright. Just keep it under your collar. Iwabe nodded, stroking the cloth around his neck. For some reason he had a strong desire to keep it on. Something told him he couldn't take it off but he didn't know why. It seemed he remembered Inogen's command, even if it was done subconsciously. Inogen smiled, seeing this. Something funny, Inogen? Shikamaru asked. He shook his head. No, sir. Just trying to remember to smile for the customers. You need to practice that? He shook his head. Make sure you remember to do the rest of your job. Shikamaru was definitely in a mood tonight. Maybe he should fix that if he had the time. When the dinner service began, there was hardly any time to do anything but work. Sarada wanted to use the restroom but customers kept flagging her down or Shikamaru would chase her back to her station. She finally managed to slip into the restroom while waiting for her table's order to be filled. Seeing her missing, Shikamaru was irritated and started looking for her. She is allowed to use the restroom, isn't she? Inogen asked, following at his heels. He had been trying to calm Shikamaru down but he wouldn't look in his direction, intent on finding Sarada. If she thinks she can escape work by hiding in the restroom. She's not like that. Shikamaru, could please look at. Shikamaru noticed there was no one at the podium. And why is there no one here to greet guests? How does this reflect on the place? He stormed over to the front door and greeted the customers. As Cho-cho ran by, he handed her a stack of menus and told her to seat the customer who just came in. Why, yeah. Right this way. Cho-cho was going to check on the food when Shikamaru interrupted her and quickly attended to the customers, knowing she had little choice. And where's table 7's order? She paused a moment to grit her teeth and continued on to seat the customers. I think she was on her way to do that when you... Be quiet, Inogen. You got an empty table in your section? No. Too bad. I was going to seat the next one in yours. Shikamaru turned to the next person in line. Welcome to... Kakashi was standing casually in front of him. Shikamaru suddenly forgot how to speak. Kakashi raised his brow at him and smiled. Hello. Hello. Shikamaru blinked, trying to snap himself out of his trance. Just one tonight, sir? Just me for now, but we'll see if I'll be dining alone. He winked. Yes. Very good. Shikamaru reached under the podium for a menu. He paused and straightened up without taking one. Have I seen you before? I have dined here before, yes. You seem so familiar to me. Have we met? I just said that I ate here the other night. Oh, right. Sorry. Shikamaru was still staring at him. It's just, you seem so hungry? Kakashi's eyes went from the podium to Shikamaru and back, giving him a bored hint. Shikamaru flinched. Oh, right. Sorry. He took a menu and almost stepped on Inogen's toes as he moved towards the dining room. Right this way, sir. I'll be happy to seat you. Kakashi stepped forward, following him. He was seated in Sarada's section, which Inogen was certain she'd be thrilled about. After watching the awkward interaction, Inogen suspected that Shikamaru subconsciously remembered Kakashi or had bonded with him in some way. He wondered if that was why Shikamaru no longer seemed interested in being nice to Inogen. Maybe it wasn't just that it had worn off, but that he was now bonded with Kakashi. Could a victim only be bonded to one vampire at a time? If he bit Shikamaru again, would he return to his doting tendencies, or would he be torn between his adoration of both vampires? Shikamaru hurried back to the front, nearly running Inogen down. "Are your legs broken? Move your ass." Inogen stepped quickly towards the kitchen, trapped in the current of Shikamaru's furious steps. On his way, Shikamaru stopped to give a curt remark to Sarada, who was carrying 2 plates in her hands to her table. She kept her lips pressed together as she hurried to her section with the food warming her palms. Inogen hoped seeing Kakashi would cheer her up. "Why are you still here?" Shikamaru demanded, seeing Inogen underfoot. "Get out of my way." Inogen hugged the wall to get out of Kakashi's path and was immediately scolded for that. "Don't hide like a wallflower. Work, boy." Inogen didn't know what to do. No matter what he did, it seemed it was wrong. He turned towards the kitchen and hit something muscular and heard the sound of dishes rattling. Iwabe instinctively looked down and snapped, "Watch where you're." He immediately shut his mouth, afraid to breathe another word, and gasped with his eyes wide. Sorry. Sorry." In all the time he had worked at the restaurant, Inogen had never heard Iwabe apologize for being bumped into. He was always quick to throw the blame on someone else, even if it was his fault. Don't worry about it," Inogen told him, being courteous. He was just happy to hear Iwabe speak to him like this for a change. Iwabe held the tray supporting the plates high, resting part of the tray on his shoulder as servers often did. He looked back and forth awkwardly, as if contemplating whether or not he should say something. "Well, bye." Iwabe hurried towards the dining area, keeping his eyes on the ground. He was trying not to look at Inogen, but not out of disgust. Inogen saw the blush on Iwabe's cheeks and knew why Iwabe was trying to avoid his gaze. Wondering how long this would last, Inogen thought about taking advantage of the temporary power he had over Iwabe. He didn't want revenge because he was smart and sensitive enough to know that it wouldn't make him happy. Basking in the awe of a devoted servant or possible friend seemed much more pleasing. First, Inogen had to deal with Shikamaru. The only way he could get Iwabe alone for more than 5 seconds would be if someone else was picking up the slack and wouldn't notice him missing. Inogen went to Shikamaru's office and found him booting up a video game. Immediately angry at being caught, Shikamaru slammed the game down and snapped at Inogen. "What? You got tables, don't you? I don't want to hear how you're busy or not busy, or I don't care. Would you get out and work? What am I paying you for?" "Sir, I'm certainly not paying you to stand there and mutter." Inogen stepped closer and looked Shikamaru in the eyes. "Stop talking and listen. Listen to what I tell you." Shikamaru's voice muted, standing motionless on the other side of his desk. He was in full compliance mode. "You are going to go out into the dining area and help with the service. You are going to pick up the slack for the other servers, taking orders and cleaning up, doing the job of a regular waiter, and you are going to do it well. You will be polite to the customers and understanding to the other workers." Shikamaru made no indication that he understood whatsoever. Even without any signal from the man, Inogen could sense that he understood. "If anyone asks why you are helping with the dinner service, you will tell them that you wanted to help because we are short-handed. Do you understand, Shikamaru?" "Yes," Shikamaru said so softly, it was almost indistinctive. Inogen nodded and stepped aside. "Go now and help the staff with the dinner service. When the last customer leaves tonight, you will return to your normal self and not remember this conversation." He broke eye contact, but Shikamaru was still staring in the same spot his eyes had been. Slowly, he blinked and walked around his desk and opened the door. As soon as he was in the hall, his eyes gained some vitality, shaking off the days of his trance. Once he was in the dining area, he donned the demeanor of a helpful server and started to take orders and run them to the kitchen. This was his chance. Inogen went over to Iwabe, who was waiting for an indecisive customer to place their order. Iwabe looked bored, annoyed that the customer was taking so long to choose. He kept his pen to the pad of paper, ready the instant they said a menu item. He kept his eyes on the paper, too, so he never saw Inogen walk over and stand beside him. "Iwabe." Upon hearing and seeing Inogen so close to him, Iwabe made a high-pitched yelp and flung his order pad into the air, where it landed on a woman's head at the next table. Inogen. Hi. Since Iwabe was avoiding his eyes, Inogen knew he wouldn't be able to use his little eye trick to coax him into the break room, but he also knew that he didn't have to. Iwabe. Yeah, I'm a little busy right now, so if you could just... Iwabe kept his back to Inogen, focusing his attention on the smooth tablecloth instead. His breathing had quickened and his hands were shaking. Inogen slipped his hand around Iwabe's back and placed it on top of his. Giving it a gentle squeeze, he told Iwabe, I need you to come to the break room with me. It's important. Feeling Inogen's hand atop his robbed him of his will, and Iwabe suddenly found himself agreeing with everything Inogen said. He couldn't argue. He didn't know how. Okay. His voice cracked a little and hoped no one noticed. He pulled Iwabe away from the tables and towards the break room, moving briskly. It was embarrassing to guide Iwabe by the hand like this, but it was the only way he could get him to move. Iwabe's brain didn't seem to be working. Even when he told him what he needed him to do, though Iwabe complied, he didn't actually do anything. He couldn't seem to control his legs or any other part of his body. His face felt hot and his head felt light, but Iwabe still managed to muster some amount of professionalism and ask, what about the tables I have to wait on? He didn't sound that concerned. He sounded more like a child speaking their last thoughts before falling asleep. It's okay, Inogen told him, trying to hurry him to the break room to avoid the stares of the customers and staff. Shikamaru has agreed to help, so you got nothing to worry about. Trust me. A smile started to spread across Iwabe's face and he tightened his hold around Inogen's hand. I do, he said dreamily, his mind in a warm, pleasant fog. I trust you completely. More than anyone. Though, I'm not sure why that is. Iwabe put up no resistance, allowing Inogen to pull him all the way out of the dining area and into the break room. He pushed Iwabe into a seat at one of the round plastic tables in the far back corner and walked around to make sure they were alone. Iwabe watched him with a kind of besotted interest, observing everything he did and how he did it simply because it was him. He had no idea why Inogen was doing any of this and didn't question any of it. When he was satisfied, Inogen went back over to the table and spoke to Iwabe from a standing position. Iwabe. It was a good thing he was sitting because Iwabe couldn't feel his legs anymore. He looked up at Inogen, as if expecting great important news. To Inogen, Iwabe looked like a schoolgirl awaiting to hear her crush's confession of love. Feeling uncomfortable, Inogen asked him, what are you feeling right now? Iwabe blinked slowly up at him, eyes still a dreamy blur. Feeling, now? Yeah. How do you feel? What are you feeling right now? I guess. I feel kinda. Good. I feel good. Sorta happy. I'm not sure why you're asking me this. Inogen knew it would come out awkward but asked anyway. How do you feel about me? Iwabe smiled happily at him. I think you're nice. Special. You make me feel calm and safe and happy. So happy. All the malice he felt towards Inogen was long gone and the events of the past were all but a distant memory. In fact, he couldn't remember why he ever bullied him in the first place. It didn't seem right. What reason could he possibly have? This young man here was. He was. Some of the light started to return to Iwabe's eyes and his dreamy gaze turned to one of confusion. Why is that? Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel like? Was his effect wearing off or was Iwabe putting up a resistance? Iwabe knew he hated Inogen. He knew he found him annoying. So why did he feel like this? He shouldn't be feeling this way. Iwabe put a hand to his temple and started to massage the area, attempting to work the memories back to him. He knew something was amiss but didn't know what or why. It felt like he was in a dream where he knew what was happening but nothing made sense. Him liking Inogen was like taking a math test at the public pool. He was here and he was doing it and everyone else carried on as normal, but something just wasn't right. I don't get it, Iwabe said to himself, trying to wake himself up from this nonsensical dream. Why am I? Inogen pulled up a chair and sat next to him. He took Iwabe's hand in his to get his attention and said, look at me and listen. Iwabe looked up and saw his eyes. The second he did, everything stopped. His confusion, his concern, his curiosity, everything. He was just blank. Sarada turned around to look at Shikamaru dropping off a table's order and moving to a different table to collect the check. Where's Iwabe? She asked Cho-Cho. Aren't those his tables? I heard he wasn't feeling well and went home, Cho-Cho said, even though she didn't actually hear anything. She was just starting a rumor based on what she thought best explained the situation. And what about Inogen? Shouldn't he be here? I saw him earlier, but... Cho-Cho shrugged and adjusted the tray in her arms. He's so mousy, it's hard to notice him sometimes. He's probably around and we just didn't see him. If they weren't so busy, Sarada had half a mind to go look for them to make sure both boys were alright. A customer called her over and just like that, Sarada's attention was on something else. Inogen ran his tongue over Iwabe's flesh and heard the taller boy giggle. "Tickles," he said, resting his chin on his hand as he sat slouched over the table. His other arm was stretched out and in Inogen's grasp, blood oozing down his flesh like melting ice cream. His sleeve was rolled up and Inogen's lips were pressed over the two bite wounds between Iwabe's elbow and wrist. Inogen licked up some of the escaping blood before it could drip onto the floor and gave a half-hearted chuckle at the smiling Iwabe, still finding that dreamy look odd and uncomfortable. He had told Iwabe to find the feeding experience very relaxing and joy-giving. Because of this, Iwabe not only didn't mind being fed upon, he looked forward to it. The more blood Inogen drank, the happier he felt. It was more intoxicating than anything. It made things so much easier, but the look of adoration was still a little off-putting. No matter how he looked at it, his bully-turned-subservient meal source giving him these affectionate stares was still awkward. Inogen took his mouth off Iwabe's arm to speak. "You know, we should probably get back to work soon. I'm content right here," said the smiling Iwabe as if talking about what movie they were going to see. "But if you think we should go back to work, we can do that. It's whatever you want to do." Inogen swallowed the blood in his mouth and licked his lips. "It's probably a good idea. One of us should head out first, that way we're not seen together." Iwabe smiled giddily at him. "Whatever you want." The bleeding had stopped and Inogen gingerly rolled Iwabe's sleeve over his arm to hide the wound. The next step was crucial. Inogen had told Iwabe to forget what happened as soon as he finished feeding and stood up. The first half was complete. Now he just had to stand up and get out of sight as fast as possible before Iwabe started asking questions. It also meant that whatever he said or did in this moment would be forgotten as soon as he stood up. "Say, Iwabe, he couldn't pass this up, yes?" he asked, smiling politely. Iwabe's lashes fanned over his eyes slowly, almost flirtatiously. Inogen held Iwabe's hand, afraid that if he let him go, he would start to come back to his senses and Inogen would lose his control over him. "The way you treat me here at the restaurant, is it just because of the code? Or am I really that annoying to you? Or is Boruto putting you up to it? Or the other way around?" Iwabe looked slightly confused, his smile diminishing slightly as his eyebrows came together. "What do you mean?" Inogen kept his eyes on Iwabe's arm where his sleeve hid the bite marks. "Whenever I get too close to one of the girls, you and Boruto are always the first ones in my face about it and you never listen when I say it's nothing. The girls don't feel that way about me and I don't really feel that way about them either. I'm not into chubbies and bossy know-it-alls don't get my motor running, so. Chubby girl and boss with specs?" Iwabe looked as if a memory were coming back to him slowly. He was so deep under Inogen's control that he seemed to have forgotten about all relationships. "What about them? I know you like one of them. And you get mad when I talk to one of them or if they talk to me." "I do?" Iwabe truly didn't remember. "Why would I get mad? I don't know. But you're mean to me all the time, so I just wanted to know if it was because of that stupid code or if I'm just really annoying." Iwabe's smile faded a little more. "I'm mean to you?" he said slowly, as if trying to understand. "Why would I be mean to you?" Inogen shrugged. "I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I know I make mistakes and I can be clumsy. That's part of your charm," Iwabe said, his smile coming back. "Yeah, but why me? I just wanted to know why." Inogen's voice had grown softer, regretting having brought up the subject. He felt like it was wrong somehow. He wanted to know but he felt like it was wrong to ask. He should have known he wouldn't get a straight answer from a drugged-up Iwabe who idolized everything he did. Under normal circumstances, if he were to ask, Iwabe would shove him into the wall or tell him it was none of his business. Ironically, asking him now would yield better results, even if they were vague and non-committal. "Why would anyone want to harm you? You're great." Inogen looked up at the sincerity in Iwabe's voice only to turn away when he saw that love-struck smile pulling his cheeks up and making his eyes squint. He knew he was only saying that because of Inogen's influence. It felt fake even if Iwabe didn't think it was. There was no way he was going to get answers out of him. Inogen turned to say something to him when the break room door opened. Inogen released Iwabe's hand, stood up and dove behind the row of lockers. Iwabe's hand still hung in the air, staring dazedly where Inogen had been. He didn't look in the direction Inogen had gone, having already forgotten he was even here. "There you are," said Sarada, throwing her hands in the air and letting them drop, slapping off her hips noisily. "I've been wondering where you've been. Cho-Cho said you had gone home from a stomach bug." What are you doing back here? Shikamaru's been waiting your tables while. Are you okay? Still staring into space, Iwabe had slowly lowered his arm to his lap. When it brushed against his thumb, he paused as a sensation ran through him. He touched the area where Inogen had bitten him and warmth gradually filled his body. He held his arm in his hand, rubbing it slowly, bringing a smile to his face, as if reliving a pleasant memory he could no longer remember. He felt comforted in a way he had never experienced before. Content and relieved and just happy. Iwabe? He turned in his chair toward Sarada and smiled at her. Hey, Sarada. Hey. Sarada took a step back, uncomfortable. Are you okay? Iwabe stood up and nodded. I am. We should probably get back to work. You coming? Sarada stepped out of his way, staring suspiciously at him. She questioned whether she wanted to ask what he was doing back here, then thought it was best if she didn't know. Shuddering at the possibilities, she turned and followed him out of the break room, albeit at a distance. Inogen waited until they were gone to come out of hiding. He returned to work with everyone else and Shikamaru returned to his office, beside himself with wonder. He still couldn't figure out why he wanted to help like he did while wrapping things up for the night and making sure everyone did their jobs. Sarada and Chocho whispered to each other while wiping down the tables as the boys gathered the chairs and tablecloths. Inogen pushed a mop around after the chairs had been stacked on top of the tables, passing by Boruto with a broom in his hand. When the girls whispered something and Sarada started to giggle, Boruto shot Inogen a dirty look since he was in the vicinity and apparently thought he was the cause. You doing something? He hissed with his back to the girls. Giving them looks? Checking them out? No, said Inogen, pushing his mop across the floor. I didn't do anything. They're probably just sharing a private joke or something. Such as? How should I know? I can't hear them from over here. Why would they be whispering like it's some kind of secret? Boruto followed Inogen with his broom, chasing him away from the girls as he swept around Inogen's feet. You got something to hide? Come on, stop. Inogen's meek voice didn't carry past the mop's handle he kept near his face as a kind of shield. He doubted Boruto would do anything out in the open, but he still didn't like the harassment. Where were you, anyway? Spying? Secret project? Or do you just get your jollies making us do all the work while you hide? It's not like that. Shikamaru had to cover for you, you know. If he takes it out on us tomorrow, I'm gonna. Boruto stumbled and knocked a chair to the ground as he threw out his arms to brace himself. The clatter caused everyone in the room to stop and turn to see what happened. Iwabe pulled the broom he had been using to clean under the tables back to his ankles and looked curtly at Boruto braced against the table. Sorry. Did I trip you? Boruto gave Iwabe a disbelieving look, certain that his coworker would never do something like that on purpose and doubting at the same time. Iwabe didn't like Boruto treating Inogen that way and took it upon himself to remind Boruto of his place. He didn't threaten him, but his actions were enough to send a message. Inogen hadn't told him to do that. He must have acted based on the feelings he was developing for Inogen. He was starting to like him. Realizing he could use this, Inogen decided it would be a waste not to use this to his advantage. Before starting his shift, Inogen pulled Iwabe aside and gave him a second bite on his arm, helping himself to a little snack and treating Iwabe to a moment of ecstasy at the same time. The endorphins danced and multiplied to the point of delirium within Iwabe. If it weren't for the wall behind his back, Iwabe would have fallen over. Completely willing to do anything Inogen said, Iwabe found himself returning to work with a new outlook on his coworker and his life in general. Bumping into a table on his way to stand with the others, Iwabe listened to Shikamaru's instructions with a loopy grin. Some of the others raised their brows at his behavior but remained quiet. Shikamaru, on the other hand, took notice and wasn't about to not call attention to it. Are you drunk, Iwabe? He shook his head. No, he giggled. Just feeling great today, sir. Well, don't scare off the customers. You look high. Just on life, sir. Iwabe folded his hands behind his back and rocked back and forth on his feet. Well, reel it in and plant those feet of yours on the ground. We need you here tonight, not in the clouds. Shikamaru went back to assigning tables. The service began and things went about as usual, aside from one particular thing. Whoops. Sorry. Iwabe sloshed some water as he went to place the glass on the table, soaking part of the tablecloth. He had done this several times at almost every table he waited on. That wasn't all. As he went to set a plate down in front of a customer, he tilted the plate so far that the food slid right off and onto the table. He tried to gather the mess in his hands while telling them that he would get them another plate, the customer looking disgusted. Iwabe also managed to bump into Chocho from behind, which caused her to dump her plates onto the table, where a woman ended up wearing her order on her lap and blouse. Chocho stood horrified as Iwabe gave a short apology and staggered away. As Iwabe went into the kitchen, misjudging the wall and running his right shoulder into it, Sarada asked Inogen if he thought there was something wrong with him. Maybe he really is drunk. This was strange. Was Iwabe still loopy from the bite? He should have calmed down by now. I'm sure he's not drunk. Maybe he just didn't sleep much last night. We all have our off days, Inogen explained while his concern began to grow. Iwabe seemed more tired than loopy. His smile had faded some time ago and wore a tired one when asking for a customer's order. Well, if you say so. Sarada wasn't convinced, but she had to get back to work. Iwabe came back with a tray of food which he held out in front of himself instead of on his shoulder. He set it down carefully and placed the dishes in front of the customers without incident. On his way back, he passed by Inogen and smiled at him, like greeting a friend. That was when Inogen noticed how sunken Iwabe's eyes looked. Iwabe had dark skin, so it was hard for him to notice any change to his pigment. It was subtle, but it was there. Kakashi came in and was seated in Sarada's section, but that didn't stop Inogen from coming over to ask him about Iwabe's condition. The seafood isn't a special tonight because it's going bad and you've got to sell it, right? I prefer my fish fresh, Kakashi said as he went over the menu. Listen, I need to talk to you about Iwabe. The heck with it. I'll just get dessert tonight. Got any of that bread pudding? It's that or the key lime pie. We're out. Kakashi, I need to talk to you about. Out of the pie or the pudding? Focus, please, Inogen said through his teeth. Besides, I'm not your server. Sarada is. For the third night in a row. We see any more of each other, people are going to start to talk and I'm not comfortable with. Kakashi stopped when he saw Iwabe stagger into someone's chair as he went by. How long has he been doing that? All night, said Inogen. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. How often have you been feeding on him? Kakashi asked without wasting time. When was the last time you did? I fed on him last night and then just before work today. Kakashi's head wiped up so fast, it made Inogen flinch. Didn't you feed on him the other night as well? Yeah, why? There's a reason blood drives only take a pint of blood and then won't draw more for a couple of weeks. The human body doesn't recover that fast. You're taking too much. I am? Inogen felt a chill run down his spine. I didn't mean to. I thought. He's woozy from blood loss. He needs rest. Doing this kind of activity is only making the symptoms of his condition worse. He shouldn't be working. Running around, carrying things. He needs rest and maybe a cookie. He thought it would be safe to feed off Iwabe 2 nights in a row because Kakashi had fed off Shikamaru after he did and didn't seem that concerned, telling Inogen that it was fine. Perhaps that was only because he had taken a little bit and knew that Shikamaru was lazy and wouldn't be doing as much work as Iwabe and the rest of the staff. He was considering the victim's lifestyle when he fed and Inogen wasn't. I'm sorry. I'll get him off the floor. I told you to take from different people. But I fed on my boss and a couple nights later, you were feeding on him. Because he had some time to recover and I didn't take that much. Tell me you haven't fed from him, too. Not recently. Good. Kakashi waved a hand towards Iwabe. 3 days in a row gets you this. Now do something about it. I will. Inogen turned and slammed into Sarada, who was just coming back to take Kakashi's order. Sorry. Inogen, what are you doing? This is my table. Yeah, sorry. I was just leaving. Inogen hurried to find Iwabe. If he was still willing to do whatever he said, it might be easy to get him to rest a while. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder and shoved him against the wall. Are you kidding me? It's like you're doing this on purpose just to annoy me. Inogen saw 2 angry blue eyes glaring at him. Sorry, Boruto. I'm kind of in a hurry. I have to. You have to have your ass kicked, Boruto told him firmly. How many times have I warned you? I saw her talking to you before. Then you go to her table and start chatting up her customer. And, am I crazy, or did you just shove your face in her chest? I bumped into her. It was an accident. What part of stay away from her don't you get? Why are you talking to her? She had a question. Why were you at her table? Just what are you up to? I didn't. Boruto suddenly disappeared and there was a loud thud next to him. Iwabe had grabbed Boruto and threw him against the wall where he held him by the front of his vest. He had come to Inogen's defense without having to be asked. He just did it. Are you messing with Inogen? Iwabe growled in Boruto's face. Just what were you planning on doing to him? Boruto looked scared. It wasn't just the situation, it was the fact that Iwabe was the one doing it to him. Iwabe never lashed out at him before. Judging from the look in his eyes, he meant business. I better not find out you've been hurting on him or something. Iwabe was starting to pant. It wasn't just the rage. He knew something was wrong, but Inogen took precedence. He had to defend him first and foremost. Seeing Iwabe blinking to clear his vision, Inogen stepped next to him and said, "Iwabe, you're not well. Just stop and sit down a minute." Iwabe relaxed his grip, but not due to Inogen's words. He couldn't feel his fingers anymore. The room was starting to spin and his legs felt weak. "What's going on?" "It's so fuzzy." Iwabe collapsed then and there. Inogen managed to cradle his head just before it hit the ground. "What the hell was that?" asked Boruto. "Is he okay?" "I think he just fainted. Got too worked up." "What the hell?" Boruto was asking this about the whole situation. Iwabe's actions before, during, and after. Everything. He couldn't make sense of it. Iwabe couldn't stay here. Servers used the hall to travel to and from the kitchen frequently. "Help me carry him to the break room." "What?" Boruto was aghast at the request. "Are you kidding? He needs a doctor." "I'm getting the boss." Inogen grabbed his arm. "No, don't do that. He couldn't risk the attention." "Get off me. I'm trying to help him." "So am I." "You're so stupid." "What good would?" Inogen pulled Boruto in close and locked eyes with him. "Listen to me. You are going to do what I say. Help me carry Iwabe into the break room without being seen." Boruto bent down, still looking at Inogen's eyes. "Yeah, sure." The two of them managed to carry Iwabe into the break room and set him down on one of the tables. Having done his job, Boruto was starting to come back to his senses. Inogen gave him a second command. "Stay here with Iwabe and don't do anything until I get back." Boruto stood beside Iwabe, ready to obey the command. "Okay." Inogen hurried out of the break room to ask Kakashi for advice. After all, he couldn't let Iwabe go to the hospital where the numerous bite marks would be discovered by doctors. There had to be a way to handle this themselves. Kakashi set his fork down when she saw Inogen sprinting towards him. "Let me guess. He fainted?" "Yeah, now he's in the break room with Boruto. I put him under so Boruto would do what I said, but how do I help Iwabe?" "Let him rest. Give him juice. He's not to the point where you really have to worry. Exerting himself is what will make it worse. Just have him rest in the break room for the rest of the night. Make sure he eats something and get some juice in him. He'll be fine. As long as you don't take any more blood from him." Inogen nodded. "Yeah. Okay. I can do that." "Good. And chill. If you don't want this made public, don't call attention to yourself. You running in here like that just made half the dining room stare at you." Inogen sheepishly turned to see all the eyes watching him before hastily turning back to their meals. With Boruto's help, they managed to get some juice into Iwabe's mouth and placed a cold cloth on his head. After a while, Iwabe woke up, but they wouldn't let him get off the table. "You need to lie here and rest," Inogen told him. "I want you to just stay here and relax. Also, drink this orange juice. You're not waiting tables tonight." "I'm not?" Iwabe asked groggily before drinking the juice Inogen handed to him. "I feel kind of weird." "What was I doing before?" "You were working too hard," Inogen told him. "You worried me, so I need you to stay here and rest." "Can you do that?" "For you, I can," said Iwabe, his cheeks turning slightly pink. He drank some more juice. Boruto stood with a blank expression, still under Inogen's spell. He was supposed to guard the door and warn Inogen if anyone tried to come in and stall the person for as long as he could. Thankfully, no one bothered them, too busy with work. Eventually, Iwabe began to perk up, but Inogen still wouldn't let him move around. Most of the time, things were quiet, but then one of them would start speaking, breaking the silence. At one point, Iwabe chose a more complicated subject which made Inogen uncomfortable. "I really like you, Inogen." "Oh, is that so?" Inogen mumbled, looking away. "I don't know why I never noticed before." "Noticed?" Inogen hastily looked at him and at the wall. "About what exactly?" Iwabe traced the rim of the glass in his hand with his finger, juice long gone. "Just, you know, things like, your kindness and stuff. You're a really nice guy and I don't know why I never noticed before. Probably too busy ganging up on me," he muttered under his breath. "You have this charm I find irresistible." Iwabe was looking into his empty glass, cheeks turning pinker. "Makes me feel kind of warm. And my head swim." Thinking Iwabe was heading for another fainting spell, Inogen tried to calm him down. "Maybe you should lie down again. Do you need any more to eat?" I can get you something from the kitchen. Shaking his head, Iwabe looked at the table's edge, his cheeks still pink. No. I kind of feel satisfied already. Somehow. Then lie down. Iwabe did as he was told. He put his hands over his chest and turned into a ball, looking like he was about to burst with joy. My heart's all aflutter. It's fluttering so much, it's making me dizzy. He needed to calm down. It was good he was in a good mood, but Iwabe was getting too excited. Inogen touched Iwabe's hand, which in turn caused Iwabe to look up at him, eyes twinkling. Iwabe, you're feeling happy but also very sleepy. You're going to close your eyes and go to sleep. Relax and sleep now. Resting his head on the table, Iwabe closed his eyes and fell asleep almost immediately. Listening to his heart, Inogen sensed that Iwabe was a lot calmer now, so his body shouldn't have been under too much stress. Where are they? Inogen bumped into the table as he turned around, hearing Shikamaru's voice from the hallway. He was angry and looking for them. It seemed 3 missing waiters during dinner rush was impossible not to notice. He looked at Iwabe asleep on the table and at Boruto standing in front of the door. Iwabe couldn't work in this condition and Boruto didn't know where he was at the moment. He could work, but he didn't want to leave Iwabe alone for someone to discover. Whatever he was going to do, he had to do it fast. Boruto, give me your arm. The blonde waiter held out his arm obediently. I am going to bite you, and when I do, it will give you the most enjoyable feeling you've ever experienced. It makes you so happy and energized. Inogen rolled up his sleeve and bit him. Out in the hall, Shikamaru went into the kitchen to ask the chefs if they've seen the 3 missing waiters. Don't ask me, bro, said Choji, flames shooting up from the pan on the stove. I've been sautéing steaks all night. Might want to put in another order for M. The way they've been flying, we'll need more. Shikamaru growled in response and looked at the rest of the kitchen staff. Has anybody seen those 3 idiots? No, sir, they said without looking up. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed on the door in the hall between the dining room and the kitchen. Break room. It was the only place left to look. Should have started there. As Shikamaru reached for the knob, Boruto came bursting out with a big smile on his face. Hello, sir. Where the hell have you been? Those customers have been waiting ages for their orders to be taken. You want to make extra work for us? I'm on my way right now to help out. He saluted Shikamaru, beaming. What are you on, boy? Nothing. Just happy to help. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Then you're up to something. Where are the others? Others? Inogen and Iwabe. Where are they? They weren't feeling well and left so they wouldn't infect the customers, Boruto told him. Shikamaru didn't believe him. Then you wouldn't mind if I went in there to check. Boruto's eyes went to the knob and then to Shikamaru. Go ahead. I'm going back to work. See you, sir. Undeterred, Shikamaru opened the break room door to check for himself. He was certain the 2 were hiding in here somewhere. He stepped inside and closed the door just in case someone tried to sneak out behind him. His eyes scanned the room slowly. The first thing he found was Iwabe on one of the tables. He didn't see the other one. For crying out loud, Iwabe, this isn't your living room. Get up. Iwabe didn't move, snoring soundly. If you think this will be tolerated, you've got another thing, MNF. Someone threw a hand over his mouth from behind. He felt a pair of legs on his hips and someone on his back, pulling him away from Iwabe. With one good thrust, Shikamaru was pulled backwards and onto the floor. Inogen quickly moved around to the front of him and looked him in the eyes. Do as I say. A short time later, a key clicked in the lock of the break room, locking the door. Thanks, Shikamaru. Now that it's locked, I won't have to worry about anyone coming in and disturbing Iwabe's sleep. Do you think you can take over Iwabe's tables while he rests? Pulling the key out of the lock and back onto his belt, Shikamaru nodded his head. Yes. I will do that. He spoke slowly and deliberately, as if forming the words was a difficult task. Good. Better get to it, sir. Yes, answered Shikamaru. As you command. The next evening went a lot more smoothly than the previous one. When Inogen came into work, he was greeted in a friendly way by Iwabe and Boruto. Boruto waved and smiled at him, which he had never done before. Shikamaru gave Iwabe the easiest jobs, fulfilling the command Inogen had given him last night. Since Iwabe was still recovering, Inogen wanted to make things easy for him. Sure, he could have told Iwabe to stay home and not work, but he didn't think it was right to make Iwabe lose out on a whole day's pay for his mistake. Okay, let's get to work, people. Yes sir. Iwabe nudged Inogen with his elbow and handed him a colorful cloth. He noticed Iwabe wearing the same one around his neck. Figured we could match. I think the color really brings out your eyes. Oh. Thanks? Iwabe's eyes wandered bashfully as he rocked on the balls of his feet. Do you like it? He asked quietly, his cheeks turning pink. Yeah. It's great. Hang on. Inogen tied the bandana around his neck, tucking part of it under his collar to make sure his uniform tie was still visible. How's it look? Iwabe's smile deepened, though he tried to hide it, embarrassed. Really nice. Cute. Handsome. The scarf, bandana, I mean. Inogen grinned, seeing how awkward the older waiter was being. Thanks for the gift. Iwabe bit his lip to keep his smile in check, but it grew anyway. Yeah. Great. See ya. Iwabe hurried away, keeping his head down so no one could see his face. He was positively elated. Inogen liked his gift and it looked so good on him. Iwabe felt like jumping for joy. Unable to contain himself, he wiped down one of the tables while humming to himself, burning off this extra energy through work. He felt like dancing but had to draw the line somewhere. He didn't want the others to think he was a lunatic. Sarada's attention was immediately drawn to her coworker and she whispered to Chocho, "Does he seem different to you?" Chocho looked at Iwabe swinging his hips as he wiped down the table in time with his humming. "Seems like he's in a good mood to me." "Yeah, but since when?" Sarada shook her head. "He's always seemed kind of gloomy to me." "We're working." "Who's in a good mood while working?" "They say if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life." Chocho rolled her eyes. "And I suppose you enjoy being a waitress?" "For now," Sarada said, putting a hand on her hip. "It'll serve me well until I finish my education and become mayor. It'll help me stay in touch with the people. I'll know the plights of the common man." "You sure you wouldn't rather be a schoolteacher? Or marry a rich man?" Boruto looked in Sarada's direction as he finished laying out the white tablecloth. Then he found his eyes inextricably drawn to Inogen bending down to measure the length of the tablecloth with his eyes, making sure they were even on all sides. He found himself torn between watching Sarada and watching Inogen. It was rather cute, watching Inogen put so much effort into his work. He had this odd charm he never noticed before. Before he found it annoying, but now, for some reason, it had become endearing. He was like a little puppy. A cute little puppy. Boruto blinked and turned his back to Inogen, rearranging the silverware again. Why was he thinking like this? He liked Sarada. He hated Inogen. But, why did he hate him? He was having a hard time remembering. Something was clouding his thoughts, his judgments. When dinner service began, everyone became too preoccupied with their work to give it any notice. Boruto focused on taking orders and delivering them and collecting the check. Everything was normal. Inogen gasped as the tray balanced on his shoulder began to tip as he grabbed a plate to set down, leaving all the weight on one side. Boruto reached out and grabbed the tray, holding it up to keep the other plates from falling. "Oh, thanks," Inogen said gratefully. He began to set the rest of the plates down so he didn't notice the twinkle in Boruto's eyes upon being thanked. He had done something good for Inogen and it made him happy. Seeing Inogen happy made him. "You can let go now." "Huh? Oh. Right." Inogen heard him or not. He never cared what Inogen thought. Something was happening to him. At the same time, Inogen couldn't be happier. Things were finally going great at work. His co-workers were finally being nice to him. Boruto and Iwabe were the two biggest bullies amongst the waitstaff. Now that the two of them had calmed down, it seemed to scare the other ones into backing off. No one was giving him dirty looks anymore. And Boruto actually helped him. He saved him from an accident that would have involved him having to clean up a mess, reorder the food and making numerous people angry. This was how it should have been. Co-workers helping each other. Being a team. Not some idiotic code about female co-workers none of them had a chance with and ganging up on the mousy one when they were in a mood or had the wrong idea. Inogen didn't see how any of this was immoral either. He was still working. He didn't force his boss to give him more money. And the benefits were for his co-workers' well-being as well. People were being considerate of each other, helping each other out, being civil and everyone seemed a lot happier. Everything was going a lot smoother all around. This is how it should be. Inogen surveyed the restaurant with a satisfied smile on his face. If he had known biting Boruto and Iwabe would make them nicer, he would have done so from the beginning. He didn't even have to drink their blood. Just the act of being bitten was enough to get their endorphins surging. Mostly because he told them that it would be a pleasurable experience. He was picking up so many tricks, he felt he had this whole vampire thing down. Boruto tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Inogen. Yeah? Boruto averted his eyes nervously. I was wondering, if you're not doing anything, maybe we could, Boruto cleared his throat. Did you want to maybe hang out sometime? You know, after work? Or before. I mean it does get late. We're here after midnight and all. Heh. Boruto started to stammer and talk quickly. You know, it's fine. Forget I said anything. I'm just gonna fidget something. I mean, I forgot something. Boruto stiffly hurried away, hiding his face behind his hand. Boruto was acting nervous like Iwabe had been when this first began. If Inogen wanted him to get out of this awkward stage and into the next, he had better bite him again. It would be smooth sailing if he did. The awkwardness could become a problem, especially if Boruto tried to avoid being within sight of Inogen. Hey, Boruto. What? He asked, trying to sound annoyed, but it just came out as a drawn-out stammer. Hey. Inogen took Boruto by the hand. It's okay. Instantly calmed by Inogen's touch, Boruto turned around, shoulders dropping along with his guard. His touch was so comforting. Yet, it made his heart skip a beat. Come with me into the break room really quick. Anywhere, Boruto said distractedly, keeping his eyes on Inogen's pale face. Anywhere with you. His voice had become soft and distant, like going into a dream. With Inogen, it felt like he was. He pulled Boruto into the break room, closed the door, looked to make sure no one was around and did the usual routine. He made sure Boruto would find the experience pleasant and bit him. Boruto became weak-kneed and slumped against the wall while Inogen lapped up the blood. All he was doing was biting holes in Boruto's arm and licking what blood flowed forth. Since he wasn't drinking much, Inogen decided to bite Boruto again on his arm to give him a little extra pleasure. This should hopefully speed up the process. The pleasure was a little more thrilling than Inogen intended, drawing moans of delight from Boruto and making him squirm, his face turning redder by the second. Are you okay? Inogen asked as he finished licking the blood from the newest wound. Maybe he had gone a bit overboard with the biting. The command was about the same as it was for Iwabe and he didn't behave quite so jubilantly. Bracing himself against the wall with his other arm, Boruto drew deep breaths to calm down. I don't have the words, he said between pants. His smile was one of absolute joy, but his eyes held a different emotion. You're amazing, Inogen. Incredibly so. Well, good. Inogen rolled Boruto's sleeve over his arm and patted him brusquely on the hand. Glad to know you like me. Now how about we get back to work, Like doesn't even begin to describe. Boruto struggled to stay standing but his legs were like jelly. Inogen reached out to help steady him. Maybe you should take a minute. I never bit anyone that many times in a row before. Maybe I overloaded you a bit. Running a hand through his hair, Boruto straightened up and nodded. I'm good. Totally good. Good. Then let's get back to work. Touching his cheek ever so gently with his fingertips, Boruto gazed dreamily after Inogen on his way out of the room. Whatever you say. After that, things became a different type of awkward. Whenever Inogen turned around, Boruto was watching him with a goofy expression on his face. While taking someone's order, Inogen discreetly glanced over his shoulder to see Boruto watching him while taking his own table's order. Boruto would stand and stare at Inogen until he moved out of sight, then ask the customer to repeat what they had said, having been too distracted to hear them. When setting down a drink, Boruto almost missed the table, but feeling the liquid slosh over his hand brought him back to reality. Inogen dreaded having to leave the kitchen area, knowing Boruto would be there staring at him. Hey, Inogen, Iwabe said slyly. How's it going? Okay, I guess. He didn't want to tell Iwabe about Boruto, thinking he might try to rough him up again if he thought Inogen was being bothered. Have I told you how pretty your eyes are? Inogen flinched. No. Well, they are. Iwabe bit his lip, holding back a huge grin. Was he flirting with him? Inogen went over to the counter. Well, hey, look at that. My order's ready. Better get it to the table. Bye, babe. Iwabe waved his fingers in the air. Inogen nearly dropped the plate on the ground in shock and disgust. What had Iwabe just called him? He must have misheard him. By the time Inogen finished bringing the food to the customer, he saw Kakashi sitting at a table in Chocho's section. He quickly went over to him. Casually sipping his drink, Kakashi asked, "You look a little freaked. What happened this time? It's so weird." Iwabe and Boruto. After hearing the whole explanation, Kakashi pulled his glass away from his face, snickering into his wrist. Ripples formed in the glass from the vibrations of his chuckles. What? Laughter subsiding, Kakashi gave Inogen an amused look. "Oh, my dear boy. I think wording the command like that had some unexpected consequences you didn't bargain for." Getting worried, Inogen repeated his last statement. What? They equate it to pleasure. Along with the fact that vampires bond with their victims, a sensation which lasts the longer they are exposed to us. You didn't think this might happen? What? Inogen said again. Kakashi snickered again. They got little crushes on you. There was a clattering sound as Inogen slammed into the table in shock. Once the sugar cup on the table stopped shaking, Inogen was on his feet and in Kakashi's face. What? But they like the girls. Because of the command you gave them along with the bond that naturally occurs during feeding, it's only natural they'd come to associate certain things and think they have romantic feelings for you. But they like the girls. They think they have feelings for you, Kakashi reiterated. The combination has led them to believe this. They think highly of you, are fond of you, trust you, find being around you to be a pleasurable experience and feel a connection, however subtle it may or may not be. If you were in their position, what would you think? So, all those things combined has made them believe they have romantic feelings for me? That's what they believe, yes. Kakashi still held his drink in his hand, apparently thinking Inogen was going to bump the table again. That's why I usually tell the person to feel tired and go to sleep. I don't have to put up with any of this nonsense. That way, the bond they feel only goes so far. But you said the bond would go away after a while. It wears off. I also said that the more time you spend together, the longer it will linger, Kakashi reminded him. You see these people every day. That alone will make the bond last longer. Add to that the fact that you fed off one of these guys 3 days in a row, multiplying the effects along with whatever it is you said to them. It'll take a long time for this to wear off. Just how long are we talking? Kakashi looked over Inogen's shoulder where Boruto was refilling a customer's glass with a pitcher that was now empty after cascading over the edge of the table and soaking his shoes while he ogled Inogen from across the room. At the same time, Iwabe walked by grinning giddily when he looked in Inogen's direction and sank his teeth into the menu in his hands to keep from squealing with pure joy. Judging from their behavior, I'd say at least a couple months. Months? Inogen bumped the table again as he slammed his hands down upon it. What if I do the I thing and tell them that they don't feel that way about me? Wouldn't do anything but make it worse, said Kakashi, taking a sip from his glass before continuing. The command would contradict how they already feel and will feel for some time. It would only confuse them and that could have disastrous results. I'd say let it run its course. But I don't want it from guys. Inogen whined. And even if I did, it wouldn't be from them. Kakashi lowered his glass with a chuckle. I should come here more often. Things just got a whole lot more fun. Not for me. Kakashi pointed with his pinky finger as he tipped the glass towards his lips. You did it. I didn't mean to, Inogen told him earnestly. I just wanted them to be nicer to me. Well, I think you accomplished that. Can't get any nicer than this. Kakashi set his glass down on the table. Hopefully this will wear off in a couple of months. Hopefully? Inogen brought his nose closer to Kakashi's. You mean this could last longer? It's an estimation? Just what are you saying exactly? Running his thumb along the smooth glass of his cup, Kakashi answered, the feeling we give them and the commands that inspire the feelings will eventually wear off. However, sometimes, while the effect wanes, the behavior lingers because they might come to find that they actually like being this way. Meaning, if we command someone to do something they would normally find repulsive, with time, the feeling and compulsion goes away. However, if we tell them to do something they wouldn't normally do just because they've never done it before or had the wrong idea about it, they might continue the behavior because they find that they actually enjoy it. Like telling someone not to gamble because of an addiction, Inogen compared, this being the first example that popped into his head. If they want to do it, they'll go back to it. Or making someone work when they're normally lazy. If they hate the work, they'll stop. But if they discover they like it because it's not as bad as they thought or because they feel fulfilled afterwards, they'll continue to do it and not because of the command. Sounds like you've got a good grasp on the concept. Inogen frowned. But these guys hate me because they think I'm stealing attention from the girls. I keep telling them it's not like that but they never listen. They like the girls. I know Boruto has a thing for Sarada and Iwabe has his eye on either Chocho or the girl who talks about her pet a lot. The one with the long hair. They only think they're into me because of the vampire thing, but they actually like the girls and can't stand me. So then, that means it will wear off soon, right? Kakashi grunted and have a one-armed shrug. Emotions are more complicated than compulsions and mindsets. Feelings change. And you guys are young. Just because they like the girls this year doesn't mean they'll like them next year. Someone new might come along and get their attention. But they hate me, Inogen emphasized. Do they? Or do they only think they do because they see you as competition and don't know you that well? Kakashi tilted his head down, looking up into Inogen's eyes. If they spend time with you, they might find that they actually like you. But like that? I don't think they swing that way. They could misunderstand their feelings and think that's what it is they're feeling. If these guys are too immature to understand the complexities of love and romance, it's easy for them to jump to the wrong conclusion. But if it makes them happy, they might not care. They may want to experiment to see where it leads. Don't I get a say in this? To be honest, that's the least of your concerns. Kakashi swiveled around in his chair, facing the table instead of Inogen. While I don't think they'll see each other as competition, I wouldn't rule it out. And lust can quickly morph into obsession. Be careful of that. Right now, I think they're just in the euphoric crush stage and not in the jealous stage. There are stages? You ever see a girl with a crush before? I don't think it will get to that point, but... Kakashi lowered his voice. Regardless of the form their love takes, you're in for a rough few months. Unless they find that they like being this way and don't want to change. After all, as long as they're happy, why would they want to go back? Cho-Cho stood beside Inogen with a plate in her hand. What are you doing here? Your section's over there. Inogen stepped away from the table. This must have been why Kakashi lowered his voice. He knew Cho-Cho was coming and didn't want her to hear their conversation. Not that there was much else to talk about at this point. Kakashi managed to give him some advice, but he mainly warned him of what was in store from this point on. Not wanting to make it worse, Inogen decided to take Kakashi's advice about not commanding them to have different feelings. He hoped he could suck this up for however long it lasted, but he wasn't sure he could endure those looks and whatever else his former bullies threw at him. The following day, Inogen entered the break room to hang his coat in his locker. Plenty of people gave him strange looks, seeing him wear a coat on a sunny day and seemed to think he was a pickpocket or something. The women on the subway held their purses close to their bodies when he passed by, and he desperately wanted to tell them it wasn't like that. Not that claiming to be a vampire would get him any better looks. He closed the locker door and jumped, finding Iwabe's grinning face waiting for him on the other side. Good afternoon, buddy. Inogen could see every one of his teeth. Hi? Iwabe was bent at the waist to be at eye level with Inogen. Having Iwabe leaning into his face like this was very off-putting, as if the big grinning face wasn't disturbing enough. How are you? Great, thanks. How are you? Good. Inogen took a step away from him and Iwabe followed, maintaining the space between them. You ready to work? Yup. Iwabe chuckled excitedly. Okay, then. Inogen turned and started to walk out the door. When he stopped to open the door, he felt Iwabe behind him, chest brushing against his shoulder. A little close there, don't you think? Just let me, Iwabe wrapped his arms around Inogen's shoulders and held him, resting his cheek on top of Inogen's head. Just what I needed. Inogen's whole body stiffened. You mind? Just another second. Iwabe inhaled Inogen's scent and moaned contentedly. So nice. Really should get to work now. Inogen grabbed the handle on the door, broadly hinting at what he wanted. Iwabe relaxed his arms, letting them slide off Inogen's shoulders slowly, savoring every moment. I can feel all my stress melt away when I hold you. Iwabe clasped his hands to his face, basking in the sheer delight of his new self. This is going to be a good day, I can feel it. Yup. Inogen opened the door as quickly as he could and hurried out into the hall. Keeping his distance from these two was going to be impossible. A fact confirmed when he saw Boruto wiping down the lunch menus in the dining area before putting them away. He had to walk right by him on his way in to help with setting up for the dinner rush. Hi, Inogen, Boruto called out to him. From the sound of his voice, he had to work up the courage to speak to him, wondering what to say. Yup, hi. Inogen hurried to the table in the far back to get as far away from him as he could. He started to work on dressing the table with the white tablecloth when he sensed someone standing behind him. I can help, Iwabe said, his chin resting just above Inogen's shoulder. I'm good. Really? Iwabe inhaled his scent again. Is that mango shampoo I smell? You have such great taste, Inogen. They were out of Ocean Breeze. Could we just get to work, please? Iwabe nodded. Sure thing. Inogen breathed a sigh of relief when Iwabe didn't try to take over and left him to dress the table himself. When he had finished, he turned around to find all the other tables already set for the dinner service. Standing at the last table, Iwabe turned around and smiled. All taken care of. He had worked faster than ever to complete the work before Inogen could finish with one table, sparing him from having to do the others. He actually did a good job, too. Nothing was out of place. Look alive, people, Shikamaru said as he stood in front of them. We're expecting a large service tonight. Celebrations are happening in the area to commemorate upper school acceptations. Since we're known for catering for special events, I expect to see extra people with their families here tonight. It is the weekend, after all. Ask families if they're celebrating anything and push for padding the check. Desserts, pricey entrees, you know the drill. Yes sir. Iwabe licked his lips, looking at Inogen. A little sweet stuff is all anybody needs. Inogen felt his stomach churn. Boruto had squeezed between the two of them, wanting to be as long as possible to Inogen. Since he and Iwabe were so close to each other, it was easy to pick up the comment and see the lustful look in Iwabe's eyes. Boruto's own eyes narrowed and he stepped closer to Inogen, sending the message that the vampire waiter was already claimed. Inogen hung his head with a moan. This wasn't looking good. All he needed was for them to start up another idiotic code which he doubted either of them would stick to. Before turning the sign around in the restaurant window, Boruto grabbed Iwabe's arm and held him in place. Let's get one thing straight. You're not getting ahead of me when it comes to Inogen. Iwabe looked down at him. What do you mean? If anyone's getting closer to Inogen, it's going to be me. I thought you liked Sarada. She's all yours, man. Boruto's cheeks turned pink and he looked down in embarrassment. Yeah, well, yeah, I do. I did. At least, I thought I did. Boruto looked back up at Iwabe. But this is different. I should get to spend more time with him than you. Why? We're both here and we both like him. Who wouldn't? Iwabe looked dreamily into the distance, fantasizing about Inogen. Isn't he amazing? He is pretty cool. And nice to be around. Boruto shook his head, determined not to drift off into fantasy. But we both can't be competing for him. Maybe we should set up some ground rules. Iwabe chuckled and gave his head a small shake. I don't care who he spends most of his time with. I don't even care if he likes you over me. You don't? Boruto was surprised. Iwabe didn't seem to see him as a threat. No. Iwabe's smile deepened, eyes twinkling dully as his eyelids started to droop lazily. I just want this feeling to last as long as it can. Yeah? I don't care if he loves someone else. Just this feeling is enough to sustain me. You're free to pursue him all you want. I just want to enjoy looking forward to seeing him every day and hearing his voice. Even if he's talking to someone else. As long as he's nearby, I don't care. Oh. Well, that's okay, I guess. Boruto released his grip on Iwabe's arm. Though I gotta admit, seeing Inogen happy makes the whole experience even better, doesn't it? Boruto thought of Inogen's smile when he was in a good mood and started to blush. Yeah. That does make it better. I'm not paying you to stand around and chat, Shikamaru said as he moved from the dining area to the kitchen, passing them by. Get to work. Though it was good that the two weren't fighting over him, their agreement to long for Inogen equally and in their own way was almost as difficult to bear. They showered him with compliments and watched him so often they bumped into almost everything, including the wall. Boruto was so distracted, he hardly worked at all. Iwabe managed to work just fine, getting a burst of energy every time he passed Inogen by. He wanted to carry things for Inogen and pat him on the head. Can you not do that, please? Inogen asked, pushing Iwabe's hand away from his head. Gee hee 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 ha ha, Iwabe giggled goofily. You are so cute. Taking the tray of food out to the dining area, Inogen muttered to himself, great. Now even he's treating me like a puppy. Is that how everyone sees me? Is that the only way I can get love? As someone's pet? An hour later, Inogen regretted having asked himself such a question. Things were starting to slow down by this time and there were few tables to wait on. Inogen found Iwabe standing near the bar, waiting on someone's drink order from the bartender. He tried not to look at him while he waited for his own customer's drink order to be filled. Both were finished at the same time and placed on the counter between them. They both reached for their respective glasses at the same time and their hands brushed against each other's. Iwabe squealed with delight and picked Inogen up in his arms, giving him a great big bear hug. You are just too much for me to handle, he said into Inogen's ear. Stop. Not in front of everyone, Inogen hissed, peering out at all the faces watching them. Chocho leaned over to Sarada. What's up with that? Did you know those two were like that? No way. Iwabe is not an affectionate guy. I think he's just messing with him, said Sarada, returning to work. Later, after the restaurant closed and the workers were cleaning up for the night, Boruto approached Inogen with a red face and stiff legs he had to force into submission by walking almost robotically. He stuttered and stammered when he was in front of him and avoided his eyes. Finally, he blurted out something, but both of them knew it wasn't what he really wanted to say. Good job with work tonight. Yeah, thanks. Inogen looked away, doing his best to avoid Boruto getting any further attached to him than he already was. Boruto noticed something on Inogen's hand. Are you hurt? Huh? He looked down at his hand. Oh, no. That's some sauce that got on me, I think. Let me see. Boruto touched his hand and a zing shot through him. Holding Inogen's hand brought back all kinds of wonderful feelings he had only recently discovered existed. A warm, happy sensation spreading through his body, the dizzying euphoria coupled with a blissful pain that made his knees weak in a good way. A good pain. One that brought incredible joy and rapturous energy which compelled him to. Boruto looked from Inogen's hand to his eyes. This feeling. Inogen was the cause. He made him feel this way. Content and energized all at once. There was no fear, no stress, and nothing he couldn't do. He had never felt happier yet knew it wasn't the limit his joy. Inogen was beautiful. He was his everything and more. How to express what he felt to him? What Inogen was to him? Without a word or sound, Boruto moved closer and planted a kiss on Inogen's lips. MMF. Inogen pressed his lips shut as tight as he could and tried to pull away. Boruto had slipped his hand behind Inogen's head, preventing it and deepening the kiss at the same time. A kiss which he had done in front of everyone. Cho-Cho dropped the menus on the ground in shock, staring open-mouthed at the pair. Sarada jumped back so dramatically, she almost knocked over one of the tables. The other waitress gasped and covered her mouth with both hands, forgetting that she had been wiping down the tables with the rag in her fingers. Did you know they were like that? Sarada asked, fixing her glasses as if she wasn't seeing this right. Cho-Cho's open mouth curved into a huge grin, taking great satisfaction in this sight. This is so awesome. I can't believe what we're seeing with our own eyes. Inogen turned his head to the side, letting Boruto's lips plant themselves on his cheek instead. It's not like that. Boruto embraced Inogen tightly. Kissing you is even better than I imagined. My whole body is overflowing. Shut up, Inogen begged him. They got the wrong idea. I love you, Inogen. No, you don't. Gee, muttered a waitress. I didn't know Inogen was like that. I guess I should have seen the signs. What signs? There are no signs. Inogen pushed Boruto away by his shoulders but Boruto wouldn't let go. I'm not like that. I swear. And he isn't either. He likes Sarada. What? Sarada was shocked all over again. I thought I did but she never gave me the joy you give me. Boruto tried to kiss him again. Stop it. Iwabe turned Inogen around and kissed him as well and the girls all shrieked. He's right, said Iwabe. Kissing you is so much better than just touching you. The sheer intensity. Just when I thought you couldn't get any better. Not you, too. Inogen pushed both of them away. Not helping. Wherever you go, I'll always be with you, Iwabe told him sincerely. Even if we're miles apart. You're the reason I live. My life sucked before I knew how amazing you were, Boruto said, pulling himself towards Inogen's face. It meant nothing until this moment. If I didn't have you, I'd throw myself off a bridge. You give me purpose. I love you. Even if you don't love me back, that's okay. I just need to have this. This feeling will sustain me. Keep me going. I am just bursting with joy. You're overdosing on it, Inogen told him. Calm down. All these things you're saying, you don't mean it. You're just drunk. That's all. You're drunk. I don't care. As long as you can bring this feeling, I don't care. Inogen wanted to make them all forget but what good would it do? Kakashi told him not to because he couldn't make them forget their feelings. Even if he told them to forget him, they would still feel like they loved him even without knowing who he was. If he tried to reword the command, they would still feel like they were longing for something. The feeling would last until it weakened. Now, it seemed that would take even longer. He didn't know what to do. He was going to have to endure this until it wore off, however long it would take at this point. Now everyone had the wrong idea. If he made the others forget what they saw, this whole thing might happen again tomorrow. It didn't matter. He was a vampire. Anyone he fed upon would form a bond with him. Kakashi told him so. He was going to have to live like this for the rest of his life. My life sucks. Boruto screamed in repulsion and hid behind his arms. Ugh. Why? Why would you do that to me? Did it freak you out? Asked Inogen. Yes. That's why. Ugh. Why would you have me kiss you in your story? That's disgusting. It's awful. It's scary? Yes. Inogen threw his arms into the air in victory. I win. What? Boruto asked angrily. You're saying you threw that in just to gross me out? It's scary, Inogen defended. You think I would go for that kind of thing? I told you a scary story. I would be scared and freaking out if that actually happened. I told you the scariest story I could come up with. Did you have to put me in it and make me do that? If it scared you, that was the point. Boruto scoffed and leaned against the log behind his back. Scary, he says. Depends what you mean by scary, you know. He frowned. Do you really think I'm like that? Like what? You made me a bully in your story. I don't treat you that way. How could you make me like that? It was a story. I made it up, Inogen told him. Which I'm guessing you lifted from Chocho's vampire novel, Shikadai said with a smirk. The one she had us read on that one mission. I didn't lift. I was inspired by it. You complained every step of the way. Said it was too flowery to be a vampire novel. Yeah, so I changed it to something better. Sure, both characters were working in a restaurant where they were being bullied by their co-workers, but the rest was all my idea. Inogen started to blush. But it was better than my other one, right? Longer, too. It was good except for the part where you made me the bully. And had me kiss you. Well, I wasn't going to kiss Shikadai. I didn't know that was on the table, said Shikadai. And you had me have a thing for Sarada. Boruto added. That is so ho-ho not true. Why would you put that in there? I made it up. Come on, it was a story. I changed a lot of you guys. I mean, Shikamaru's not that big of a jerk. Right? He looked in Shikamaru's direction and his face grew concerned. Shikamaru? The adult wasn't moving, staring straight ahead, over Inogen's head. Inogen crawled closer and waved his hand to get Shikamaru's attention. Shikamaru. He was getting worried. At your command, my vampire master, Shikamaru said in monotone, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead. Inogen scoffed and sat back down. Very funny. Dad, knock it off, Shikadai said, nudging him with his elbow. It's embarrassing. Stretching out his arms like a zombie, Shikamaru took hold of his son and pulled him in close. Must feed on son. Vampire Master commands it. He pretended to bite Shikadai's neck without having his mouth get anywhere near his skin. Dad! Shikadai started laughed and kicked wildly. He may not have been biting him, but Shikamaru was tickling him. This explained why he wasn't bringing his face any closer in case Shikadai's thrashing got too violent. Dad! Stop it! Ha ha ha! Stop tickling me! Stop! Ah ha ha ha! Alright, Shikamaru said nonchalantly, dropping the act and his son. He picked up his skewer and held it over the fire, twirling it in his fingers. He was already bored of his practical joke. It was a good story, though, Sai said, trying to be encouraging. I liked it. That's because you weren't in it acting weird, Shikamaru pointed out. Once again, I'm the victim. I think I'm getting used to it. What next? The boys were still discussing Inogen's story, so the two adults had their own conversation. I don't think you are a bully. It just fit in the story. The characters were totally different from us. Not all of us completely. Boruto frowned. Still. Sarada? Couldn't you have picked a different girl? You don't like any of the ones in the village. Sarada fit. Why? Because she's my teammate? You would have thrown a fit if I made it Chocho. Why didn't you have Shikadai in there instead of me? I already said why. Inogen groaned. Come on, I went in confident with this story, too. Don't tell me you hate it. I didn't say that. He looked up. Then you did like it? Better than my first one? Well, it was long and didn't really feel like a scary story in the beginning, but, yeah, I liked it better. Boruto scratched his cheek. And if you were going for the fear factor and creepiness at the end there, you accomplished that. It was weird and gross and made me cringe, so I guess it was a good scary campfire story. Inogen looked at Shikadai. Even though you could tell I was inspired by Chocho's stupid novel? Shikadai nodded. Nothing wrong with being inspired by something. Everybody does it. Besides, you gave her dumb novel the ending you wanted. Nothing wrong with that. Inogen rubbed his neck sheepishly. Yeah. And I actually wasn't sure what to name the characters at the restaurant. I sorta made it up as I went along. I figured I couldn't keep calling them the waiter or something, since there was more than one of them and all. Get too confusing. Ah, it's cool, said Boruto, no longer upset. But the ending was really the only part that felt like it was a good scary story. The beginning had a different feel, you know. I was working on it. For making it up as you went along, it was pretty good. As long as I redeemed myself from my first train wreck, I'm good. Boruto grinned fiendishly. Of course, I've got a perfect story to tell. One that has the campfire vibe all throughout and is a true story. Ah. Shikadai and Inogen groaned, sitting back skeptically. What? It is. You're just saying that for the dramatic effect. Nah, Boruto said childishly. It was a mission we had gone on not that long ago. Let me guess, said Shikadai. It happened outside the village so nobody can verify? Still better than his last one that took place in the village and we somehow had no idea what was going on, commented Inogen. You'd think we would have noticed zombies walking around. Come on. Just listen and you'll see. Boruto looked at the two adults. Right, guys? But the security team came back with negative results, Sai was telling Shikamaru. There was nothing to report in that area. Maybe, but the squad we sent to that region reported the same thing the first team witnessed. The investigation isn't priority but it's still worth checking out. The data for that one isn't ready yet. It's still in the experimental stage. Pushing it wouldn't yield the results you want any faster. I'm not asking for that. I just wanted to know where the team was in its research. If we could get... Hey! Boruto shouted at them. No business talk while camping. Shikamaru and Sai stopped. Sorry. We're supposed to be having fun and taking a break, you know. Sorry. We'll save it for when we're back. Shikamaru glanced around the trees. Out of this deep, dark, secluded forest. They knew he was being sarcastic, but didn't say anything. Who's next? Sai asked. I don't think I have any ideas for a story. That's okay. Boruto's got one. Shikadai gave Boruto a sidewards glance. One based on a true story, he said in a spooky tone. Shut up. Well, tell it, Shikadai urged. What's this mission you went on that counts as a true terrifying tale suited for a campfire story? Boruto rubbed his hands together gleefully. This is a story about a mysterious sword. That's what we were told, anyway. You see, Sarada, Mitsuki and I went on a mission not long ago where this mysterious sword was up for auction and we had to get it. Rumor had it that a thief was looking to make off with it. And why, you ask? Turns out, this sword was famous for its power. But we didn't know what power they meant until the mission began. At an underground auction, several items were being auctioned off to buyers in hooded outfits. Everything, including the people, were a mystery. Since everyone was cloaked and masked, it was easy for Boruto and his team to sneak inside and stand in the crowd. What's the deal with this sword again? Boruto asked. It's supposed to be very rare and historical, said Sarada. According to legend, a famous swordsman battled with it and ever lost. They said that it was imbued with special power that made it impossible for its owner to lose in combat. Mitsuki took over the explanation. It was supposed to be just a legend, a story, but they actually found proof. The sword itself. It had been sealed away for centuries. If the sword exists, it means the stories must be as well. Which means it could play a vital role in uncovering lost events in history, finished Sarada. It should have gone to a museum but these guys got their hands on it first. We have to make sure none of these guys get their hands on it and intercept the thief who's supposed to make an appearance tonight. What kind of thief announces himself? Questioned Boruto. This smells like a trap. It could be, but we have to keep an eye out just in case. The auction began and one item after another was brought to the stage and won by different bidders holding up round paddles. The last item up for auction was the sword in question and a bit of history went along with it to drive the bidding up. Legend says that the wielder of this sword will be unstoppable in battle. Its last known master fought countless opponents and never lost. The sword went up against hammers, axes and other swords and never broke. As you can see, it's in prime condition. No scratches or rolls on the blade. Though a legendary sword, dating back over 2 centuries, it has not rusted and looks quite new. The legend tells us that the sword is unlike any other and has a mysterious power that keeps it in battle-ready condition. It is said that it inherited its owner's will to fight and is drawn to combat. It will serve its new owner well and together they will be undefeatable in battle. Several hooded figures began to murmur in the crowd. Now, let's start the bidding at. The lights suddenly went out and there was a loud clattering sound near the stage. There was grunting and yelling and then someone yelled, "Thief!" Boruto's head craned upward, seeing someone in a cloak running across the ceiling. A shinobi was the culprit. Sarada and Mitsuki saw them, too, and without a word they were out the door in pursuit. Outside, they saw an empty dirt path hidden by large rocks and trees. The thief wouldn't be foolish enough to take the same hidden road they had taken to get here, which meant, there. Boruto pointed to the figure running up the rock formation above the building and disappear over a ledge. Boruto and the others quickly climbed the formation to catch up. The figure knew they were being pursued and tried to escape into the forest. Stop right there. Sarada called out and threw a warning shuriken above their head. They didn't slow down even as the weapon grazed the top of their hood and sank into the tree in front of them. They kept going, alternating from running on the ground to leaping from trees. Mitsuki's arm shot out and grabbed the figure's hood in an attempt to pull them back. The figure shook their cloak free and jumped aside. Boruto moved in to land a hit with his Rasengan, but the figure flipped over his back just before it could hit. Boruto's attack hit the ground at the same time the figure righted themselves and landed a short distance away in a crouching position. They weren't running anymore. Boruto turned around to see who the thief was. Wait. Aren't you? The white-haired man stood up, revealing his identity. It was Suigetsu Hozuki. What are you doing here? Acting as if this were a game of tag with a bunch of children, Suigetsu chuckled and cracked a smile. What do you think? He held up the metal case in his hand. It's a hobby of mine. I collect rare and unique swords and this one is the rarest of the rare, making it super unique. You came for the sword? Mitsuki had come to stand beside Sarada and Boruto, on guard but not in attack mode. Come on, you should know me by now, he said nonchalantly. This sword was nothing but a fable people tell their kids. No one believed it really existed. But now, not only do we know it's real, the legends must be, too. A sword so powerful, its owner never lost a single fight? Why wouldn't I be interested? So you stole the thing from the auction to make sure you'd get it, Sarada concluded. There's no way I'm letting those yahoos get their grubby little mitts on this beauty. Suigetsu pulled the metal case containing the sword closer to his body. Those guys got no idea what they have. Maybe the people interested at the auction did, which was why they wanted it, said Mitsuki. Any buyer wanting such a sword must be familiar with the legends and want it for any number of reasons. Even just owning a piece of lost history. Use your head, Mitsuki. This is an underground auction. The word legal is tossed around so carelessly here. It's not very accurate. Suigetsu looked annoyed, though his body language suggested he was giving a lecture he didn't have the stamina for. It's not like any of these guys can show it off. What good is it to win the auction only to keep it hidden so no one can see it? Or even use the damn thing? He has a point, muttered Sarada. Buying an item at an underground auction pretty much makes it impossible for the person to even brag that they have it without drawing unwanted attention to themselves. Exactly, Suigetsu said, pointing at her in recognition. Either it'd be in a box hidden in some guy's closet or under the floorboards. It'd be better off with me than collecting dust on some guy's mantle, stuck on some shelf where only he'd know about it and never use it or even show it off. It was a waste. For someone to own a sword and never use it for anything other than decoration. He was a collector, but at least he used his collection for their intended purpose. Swords are meant for combat. They're forged with the intent to be wielded in battle. They're weapons, not some lame decoration. Suigetsu smirked, holding the case up again. I'll treat this thing the way it deserves. After all these years, it's probably itching for some action. Boruto braced himself for a fight. You're planning on using that thing on us? Suigetsu lowered the case with a sigh and rubbed his neck with his other hand. I don't really want to fight you guys. Not because I don't think you're worth it, it's that I don't have the time. Besides, I'd probably be in real trouble if I tried to fight Mitsuki. Don't want to get chewed out by his parent. Well, we're on a mission, said Boruto. Either you give us that sword or we fight and take it back. Suigetsu sighed again. I really don't feel like it. Can we make it a rain check? Mitsuki looked from the case to Suigetsu, getting an idea. How do we even know it's in there? The sword. How do we know it's in that case? Better yet, how do you know it's in there? You did grab it in the dark. You think I'm new to this? Suigetsu said, getting annoyed all over again. I'm more experienced than you are. I think I know what I'm doing. You trying to insult me? I'm just saying. I know what I grabbed and it's the sword. He gave Mitsuki a condescending smile. I am a shinobi, after all. You did get the case with the sword in it, maybe, Mitsuki went on. But there's no guarantee the real sword is really in there. This time it was Sarada who looked at him in surprise. You said it yourself that this is an underground auction and legality is tossed around carelessly. You said the people running the auction didn't know what they had, But maybe they did. Maybe they knew how valuable it was and never planned to auction it off. Maybe they replaced it with a fake sword. They have the real one and that one's the fake they swapped out. It is a legendary sword. One thought to be nothing more than a fable. Would any of them even know what it looked like to measure its authenticity? It's not like you've seen it, so how would you know? Suigetsu clenched his teeth and growled. You think I don't know that? You think I don't know swords, even legends? I'd know the real deal when I saw it. And this is the real deal. You can't prove that, said Mitsuki. And like I said, it's just a legendary sword from centuries ago. No one has actually seen it and can verify. A hunch isn't the same as proof. It could be a different sword and not the one they claim it to be. Snarling, Suigetsu opened the case then and there, revealing the sword. The foam interior housed a magnificent double-edged blade with a horn-like guard. Below the guard was a red jewel, matching the one on the pommel. Between the round red jewels was a handle wrapped in tight leather cords. For a sword said to be centuries old, the blade shone like that of a freshly made sword without a speck of rust or chipping. The only thing that looked aged about the sword was the leather around the handle, which was worn and frayed. It is the sword of legends. The stories go that the blade never took damage from any attack. It always looked new. Just look at that shine. It was said to be a double-edged blade with red jewels. Suigetsu removed the sword from its case and threw the empty container at Mitsuki's arm, which had stretched out to retrieve the sword. Don't think I didn't know what you were doing. Nice try, though. Mitsuki pulled his arm back to his side without a word. Holding the sword with his right arm, Suigetsu marveled at the blade in the starlight. It really is magnificent. He lowered it to his side and smirked at the young shinobi. And it's all mine now. There is no way I'm giving it up to be sealed away under some guy's bed or brought to a museum where it can be gawked at by a bunch of bodies and never used. Mitsuki's eyes widened, staring at the sword in Suigetsu's hand. The other travesty would be if some idiot bought the thing at auction and tried to melt it down to forge a new sword or harvest it for parts. Suigetsu growled with disgust. Such an idea makes me sick to my stomach. By this time, Boruto and Sarada had both noticed what Mitsuki was staring at and tried to get Suigetsu's attention. Suigetsu. The sword. As they were saying this, Suigetsu sensed that something wasn't right and looked away from them to the sword in his right hand, which had begun to quiver and shine. Ah! Suigetsu's eyes widened as he saw the leather cords around the handle slither up his arm and constrict it like a snake. They wove around his fingers and wrist, preventing him from dropping it even if he wanted to. They wound up past his wrist, coiling under his elbow. What's this? What's happening? He took a step back, holding his arm straight out, trying to be rid of the thing. It wouldn't leave him and there was nowhere to retreat. I can't get it off. Suigetsu was starting to panic, clawing at the cords around his arm, desperate to free himself. I can't liquefy my arm. I can't get it off. From some reason, Suigetsu remained solid. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn into a puddle or make even one part of his body liquefy. He was stuck with nowhere to go. Suigetsu started screaming, hunching over, holding his arm. The cords had burrowed into his flesh like worms looking for a home. Tiny drops of blood dripped onto the grass. But the shinobi's eyes were drawn to something else that was red. The jewels on the sword began to glow. They flickered to life like electric lamps functioning on reserved power. When Suigetsu let out a loud cry of pain, the jewels lit up at full power. At the same time, Suigetsu grew quiet and dropped his arm. Still hunched, Suigetsu drew slow deep breaths one after another until he was fully composed and stood up straight. He slowly turned in their direction with malice in his eyes. Suigetsu? Boruto asked quietly. You still want to fight? Suigetsu asked. I'll gladly take you on. Boruto instinctively reached for his kunai. You mustn't. Mitsuki grabbed Boruto's hand and held it away from his belt. We can't fight him. Why not? Mitsuki looked at the man standing before them, the sword's cords wrapped around his arm like a riding glove. Because that's not Suigetsu. What are you saying? Asked Sarada, taking a step away from their opponent. That's him but not him at the same time. Mitsuki looked in the sword's direction. I understand now. The legend states that the sword was imbued with the wielder's will to fight, but that's not true, is it? It's the other way around. You mean? Mitsuki nodded. The wielder inherits the sword's will to fight. Boruto looked at the sword and at Suigetsu. You mean that sword has a will of its own? It's telling its owner to fight? More like making them fight, Mitsuki clarified. A sword that never fails in battle and an unstoppable swordsman. The truth is that the sword just wouldn't let its owner lose. All those fights were sought out by the sword itself to slate its devotion and hunger for combat. Then, is that the sword talking or Suigetsu? Both, answered Mitsuki. He's inherited the sword's will. He wants what it wants. Boruto looked at Suigetsu, trying to make sense of this. A minute ago, you said you didn't want to fight us. I've changed my mind, said Suigetsu. He turned the blade in his hand, getting it in the proper position for a swift diagonal slice. Well, we changed our minds, too. We don't want to fight. That's right, Sarada agreed, quickly getting on the same page as her teammates. We don't have the will or skills to fight you. Suigetsu took a step towards them, cracking his neck. Too bad. Wait. Sarada held up her empty hands. We're unarmed, see? It wouldn't be fair. Then slaughter it is. Suigetsu took another step closer. This blade has not tasted blood for centuries. Time to quench its thirst. And I want to test it out. Suigetsu didn't care about fairness. He just wanted to swing. With the reflexes of a serpent, Mitsuki wrapped his arms around his friends and pulled them into the trees, retreating. He set them down on a branch and urged them to keep running. We can't fight him. We can't let him keep that sword either, complained Boruto. If the sword's what's brainwashing him, then we need to get him away from it. Boruto, it's attached to his arm, Sarada pointed out as if it were obvious. Did you see those leather cords dig into his flesh? We don't know how far they go. They might not have stopped at his bone. They could be in his brain for all we know. We can cut off his arm or something. I mean, if we have to. It's not that simple, Mitsuki said, still taking them through the trees. They never stopped moving for an instant. According to legend, that sword never lost in battle. I don't think it's that its owner was just that strong. I think the sword wouldn't let them lose. Because they inherited the sword's will, Boruto said, thinking he already knew the answer. Saigetsu didn't want to fight until that sword attached itself to him. Now he does. It's more than that, said Mitsuki. It's not a competitive spirit so much as it is the sword refusing to yield. The stories say that the owner never lost a fight, no matter how strong the foe or how many they took on at once. I think it's because the sword kept fighting and made its owner do the same. Are you saying the sword is using its owner like a puppet? Sarada asked. I thought it was just the sword's will they inherited. You're saying it's speaking through them, too, and Saigetsu's actually possessed? Not exactly. That's still Saigetsu, just with the sword's will. A sword wouldn't have the same thought process as a human or the emotions. It wouldn't be able to communicate through spoken words, so I'm sure that's just Saigetsu interpreting for the sword instead of the sword actually speaking through him. Just get to the point, said Boruto. What are you saying? I'm saying that if a person is determined enough to do something, they'll push themselves past their breaking point. If the sword wants to seek out combat and Suigetsu's inherited that will, it means he'll keep fighting even if he's not physically up for it. Sarada nodded in understanding. I see. In other words, its owner could have been crippled by injuries but the sword forced them to keep going. No sleep, no food. Just combat. Yes. And the sword probably pushes its owner even farther to the point where they appear inhuman. For instance, what if someone tries to attack them from behind but they block it? Maybe the person wasn't that flexible but the sword willed them to move their arm though it dislocated to block the hit? The sword made them fight past all injuries and twisted their body so much that it actually damaged its owner. Boruto shook his head in disbelief. But no one can push themselves that far. It doesn't matter how determined you are. You can't will your body to move if it just can't do it. There's just no way this sword is making them move their body unless it's puppeteering them. Eventually, the person's body would just give out and they'd die. Maybe that's what happened, said Mitsuki. All those stories. They never mentioned one person doing all this. Not the same one person. It could have been multiple owners, Sarada realized. The sword might have been host-hopping, using up one person's body until they couldn't battle anymore and then getting another one. If we get too close, that sword will cut us in half. Even if we could defeat Suigetsu, the sword can attach itself to one of us and continue its goal. Boruto tried to think of a way to beat an unbeatable sword. Hey, wait a sec. When that sword was found, was it with a skeleton? Why are you asking? Asked Sarada. Because if the sword was by itself, that means it's not unbeatable, Boruto explained. It must have detached itself from its owner somehow and ended up sealed away. There must be a way to do that. That way we can not only beat the sword but we can also save Suigetsu without one of us becoming a victim. That's brilliant, said Sarada. Only problem is we don't know how. And I'm not sure if the sword was alone or not. They never mentioned it on the news. There was a swift whooshing sound before a tree in front of them collapsed, cutting off their path. The shinobi stopped short on a branch and looked below to see Suigetsu standing with the sword at his side. He had sliced that large tree in two with one strike. The sword truly was powerful. "Come fight me," Suigetsu called up to them calmly. "If not, I'll come to you." "It's going to be hard not to fight him," said Sarada. "He's not giving us much choice. He also doesn't seem to care if we're armed or not." When Sarada played helpless, he was still going for it, said Boruto. "If he doesn't care about fairness, it'll be impossible to trick him or reason with him." "There you are," came an angry voice. Suigetsu slowly turned around to face the angry men gathered around with weapons of their own. They were the security force from the auction. They had been searching for the thief all this time and finally found them thanks to the noise from the falling tree. "Return that sword at once." Suigetsu blinked and turned his whole body in their direction, ignoring the shinobi in the trees. The men raised their weapons threateningly. "You got some nerve. Get him and get that sword back." Suigetsu rotated the sword in his hand, getting it into the optimum attack position. "Don't fight him," Sarada called down to the men. "It's dangerous. Get out of here." The first man charged in, deaf to Sarada's warning. Suigetsu bent his knees and a second later, the man was on the ground covered in blood. It was so quick, none of them saw what happened. "You son of a..." Another man came charging him along with a second. They attacked at once but Suigetsu easily deflected their blades and swung his, slicing them in half. Another came and Suigetsu plunged the sword into the man's chest, pulling it out to stick in the other man who came to avenge the rest. The one left standing dropped his blade and held up his hands in surrender. "Look, man, just take the sword. Don't hurt me, okay?" Suigetsu spun on his heels and decapitated the man's head. As the body hit the ground with a loud thud, Sarada covered her mouth with her hands, horrified. The whole ordeal took less than a minute. None of the men stood a chance. Standing among the corpses, Suigetsu looked from one body to the next almost disappointed. It was too easy. A sword like this deserves a better opponent. A challenge. He looked into the trees at the shinobi. Shinobi would be good to test their skills. "Not us," assured Sarada, not trying to hide the tremble in her voice. "We're no match for you. We're just kids. Right, guys?" Suigetsu wasn't convinced. "The son of the Hokage, daughter of Sasuke. You're telling me you have no skills to show off in battle? I don't believe that." Boruto wasn't one to shy away from a fight, but this was a battle they couldn't win. Unwilling to risk the lives of his friends, Boruto had to find a way out of the situation. Thinking quickly, Boruto created a bunch of clones and sent them down to distract Suigetsu while his friends made their escape. None of the clones stood a chance. Despite their best efforts to disarm Suigetsu, he easily defeated them all. Several he cut in two with one swing. Another clone lost its head and a different one was stabbed through the chest despite being in Suigetsu's blind spot. It became all too clear to the real Boruto that they truly didn't stand a chance at defeating him. When Suigetsu pursued, Boruto tried again with a different tactic, but once again, his clones were eliminated. Ambushing him wasn't going to work, overwhelming him with bodies wasn't going to work. Even Sarada's clone splitting the ground to get Suigetsu off balance didn't work. She was killed instantly along with two other clones standing nearby for protection. If they faced Suigetsu themselves, they wouldn't survive. "We can't even hold him down," Boruto told them once they got far enough away. "I've tried getting that sword away from him a number of different ways and none of them work. If we face him for real, we're dead. He'll seek out people to fight, armed or unarmed." Mitsuki looked at something below the hill they rested on. "If he's still following us, we've just led him to a village full of people. They're all in danger." Sarada stood up to get a better look at the location. "We have to evacuate them." "Why?" asked Mitsuki. "It wouldn't make a difference. Either they get slaughtered in their homes or on the road. If we go down there and have them evacuate, Suigetsu will cut them down as they flee." "Mitsuki's right," said Boruto. "They'd be out in the open. But they can't stay there if Suigetsu is going after anyone whether they're armed or not." "I know, but..." Boruto understood Sarada's intentions, but there was nothing they could do that would prevent them from being killed. "Unless Suigetsu never reaches the village. We just have to keep him away from the village. We can lure him somewhere else." "How?" asked Sarada. "He might not follow us. And if he does, we're dead. Then he'll go after the village and anyone else that comes his way." "Well, maybe. Maybe not." Mitsuki looked at his teammates. I haven't seen Suigetsu take a single drink from his canteen and there's no water around here. I have yet to see a single stream. He gets easily dehydrated. Unless he gets water of some kind soon, he won't last much longer. We can't just let him die. First, he'd be unable to move, Mitsuki clarified. The sword would probably push him past that point, but still. It'll come down to when Suigetsu breaks. It might be sooner than most people. I suppose the question is how long the sword can maintain their influence over a person. Can it make a person run on 2 broken legs, and if so, for how long? Mitsuki, we have to try to save him. I'm not saying we can't. I'm saying there's a chance we could before his body completely gives out, but we don't know how long the sword can maintain its hold on a person or to what extent. I get what you're saying, but... Boruto looked around. Where is Suigetsu? He was following us, but I haven't seen him catch up. You don't think he's already at the village, do you? Sarada asked with worry in her voice. Suigetsu dragged his feet through the grass, finding his knees feeling very weak. He could barely support his own weight, but the desire to fight was just too strong. It came over him so suddenly and hadn't gone away. It might have been strange to some people, but to him it made sense. Cutting down those men felt good. Mitsuki's parent would probably be cross with him if he killed Mitsuki, which was why he didn't want to fight him in the first place. That, and he had little interest. Now, however, that concern no longer bothered him. It would be fun to test Mitsuki's strength against his. If he killed him in battle, so what? It just meant that Mitsuki wasn't strong enough and unworthy. If his parent attacked him in revenge, Suigetsu could probably kill them, too. If he did, then they weren't strong enough to face him. If he didn't, then he would have found a worthy opponent. These were his feelings now. His understanding. He felt tired, but the thrill and lure of bloodshed was too great to ignore. He wanted to test his weapon. His sword and him were connected. He knew that, and not just because it had burrowed into his arm. He felt something. Something so enticing it couldn't be ignored. He stopped where he stood and looked at what was in front of him. Boruto was blocking his path to the civilian village. It appeared he was alone, but Suigetsu didn't believe that. He suspected Boruto's friends were hiding somewhere in an ambush. What do you want? Suigetsu asked, finding it hard to speak. His throat felt dry. Boruto could tell Suigetsu was dehydrated and in a weakened state. They had to stop him here before things could get any worse. You want an opponent? Boruto spread his arms wide. Then here I am. Fight me, Suigetsu. Son of the Hokage and a protege in his own right. Sounds like a worthy opponent to me, don't you think? Suigetsu nodded. Yes. Sounds good to me. Let's hope you put up more of a fight than the others did. Just as Suigetsu began his sprint towards Boruto, 3 clones dropped down on him from above. Without even looking, his arm swung out and sliced all 3 of them before they could land a hit. It seemed the sword truly did have a will of its own and acted before Suigetsu could sense them. This was going to make fighting more difficult. Essentially, they were fighting 2 people. Knowing to keep his distance, Boruto sent clone after clone at Suigetsu to tire him out and hope one of them could get close to the sword. Boruto hoped that if the sword attached itself to a clone, it would be easy to defeat it without having to sacrifice anyone. After all, they couldn't disarm the person it was attached to, given that it had burrowed into their flesh. Short of cutting off the person's arm, having the sword find a better host seemed like the best option available. The fight went on for a while until Suigetsu was stumbling, but his arm kept swinging deftly. Even if he was unconscious, he would keep fighting. The sword wouldn't let him stop. Boruto used as many clones as he could to throw at Suigetsu to weigh him down, thinking the sword wouldn't be able to take on so many at once. It pulled off impossible moves to the contrary, throwing off Boruto's plan. At last, Boruto sent in 2 clones armed with Ransengans to hit Suigetsu from 2 sides at once. They flew at him from either side, their jutsu at the ready. Suigetsu managed to jump at the last second, twist his body and slice through both of them, one after the other. While he was in the air, another came at him with the same attack, which he also blocked then sliced through. A bolt of electricity shot out at him from Mitsuki, who had joined the fight. It did little to slow Suigetsu down, and he aimed his sword at the boy. More clones showed up, attacking the sword directly. Every one of them was cut down, except for one who gripped the handle of the sword and tried to pull it from Suigetsu's hand. Mitsuki and Sarada pulled Suigetsu's arm in one direction while Boruto and his clones pulled in the other. The clones gripped the sword's handle, intent on becoming the new host, but the sword would not budge from Suigetsu. That was when they saw they had little choice and used the sword against Suigetsu, pushing the blade into him. "What are you doing?" Sarada shouted, seeing the wounds on Suigetsu's body. The sword began to loosen from Suigetsu's arm. It didn't want a damaged host and started to detach itself from him. It wound its way around one of the clone's arms and was removed from Suigetsu. Everyone tumbled back away from each other and the clone vanished the instant the merge was complete. The sword dropped to the ground and lay silently in the grass. "That was a brilliant move," said Mitsuki to Boruto. "Really smart, Boruto," added Sarada. Boruto puffed out his chest proudly. "Yeah, well, I figured it would work. How's Suigetsu doing?" Suigetsu was bleeding and unable to move but would survive. Sarada brought Suigetsu a drink of water from her canteen. "What do we do with the sword now? How do we carry it?" Boruto and Mitsuki looked in the same direction but the sword was no longer there. "Where'd it go? You don't think it found a new host, do you? Or got up on its own?" The shinobi exchanged worried looks, anxious about the sword's whereabouts. "We never did find the sword," Boruto said, his face illuminated by the flames of the campfire. "Some say it's still out there, has a new host, and is looking for strong opponents to slice." Shikadai gave Boruto a bored look. "Let me guess. You say that. It is his story," said Inogen. "Hey, I'm the one who defeated him. I wouldn't be surprised if it was out there looking for revenge. Or wanted me as its new host. It couldn't use my clone, so I bet it's still out there looking for me. Skulking around in the dark." The brush started to shake as something moved behind the campers. A large shadow appeared with what looked like a sword in its hand and swung over the heads of the shinobi who didn't react. None of the adults looked the least bit surprised and didn't even bother to pretend that they were. Their sons glanced in the figure's direction and then back at Boruto with lazy, unimpressed expressions. "Really? Come on," Boruto complained. "Nothing? Not even a pity gasp?" "We know it's your clone with a stick," said Inogen. "Ah." Boruto groaned and the clone stepped into the firelight. "I thought it was a good idea. Have that whole cinematic effect, you know." "Nice try," said Shikamaru, though he didn't even seem the least bit amused, as if this were a tired joke he expected to see performed yet again. The clone popped and the real Boruto pouted. "It was a scary story, though, right?" Said his friends. The parents gave no comment. "Come on," Boruto complained. "It's a sword that possesses you and makes you fight, till you drop and pull off amazing moves no one can defeat. How is that not awesome and scary? You and your friends managed to defeat it in your tail," pointed out Shikadai. "That's because we're amazing." "Yeah. Amazingly out of character," said Inogen. "What? How do you figure?" Inogen smirked. "Sarada wouldn't be that easily terrified. And she praised you too much." "Sarada gets easily scared all the time," Boruto argued. "You're not with her as much as I am, so you don't know. Have you ever seen her react to a scary movie? She was so freaked out and the rest of us were fine. But she praised you too much. I don't see her going that." "Right," added Shikadai. "Seems to me that you were the hero of the story." Inogen and Shikadai said at once, glancing at each other. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," complained Boruto. "You really read into it that way?" "The ending also felt kind of rushed, if you ask me. Better than drawing it out, I guess. I mean, we get it. The sword's strong and does all that stuff. Going on and on about it would be too troublesome. Did anybody like my story?" Boruto asked, arms flopping at his sides. "I should have thrown in a zombie, huh? Then it would have been like your other one." "I thought you said it was a real story," said Inogen. "A mission you went on a while ago. We all know he made it up." Boruto's face started to turn red and he pouted angrily. "Probably would have been more effective if we were more familiar with the characters. We don't really know Suigetsu, so..." "What does that matter?" asked Boruto. "You gotta know them to care about them? Or understand what's going on. What's hard to understand about it?" Now, said Sai, trying to defuse the situation. "It was an entertaining story, even with its flaws." Not helping, Shikamaru looked at their depleting supply of marshmallows and hot dogs. "Are we wrapping it up or are we doing more stories?" "It's not that late yet," the boys protested. "We gotta do more stories." Okay. Well, Boruto and Inogen both told 2 tales. "You want to give it another shot, Shikadai?" "Why? Just to make it even, each of us telling 2 stories?" Shikamaru shrugged. "Just a suggestion. You don't have to. Do you have a story to tell?" asked Sai, encouraging him to participate so he wouldn't have to. Sai didn't think he was very talented and it came to making up stories. Shikadai sat where he was and thought. "Well, Boruto pressed. "Shut up, I'm thinking." Shikadai frowned in concentration. "If you don't have one, I can come up with another one," said Boruto. "Think of something," Inogen pressured him. "I don't want to sit through another one of Boruto's stories." Boruto threw a marshmallow at his head. "What is that supposed to mean? My stories don't suck. Having to listen to them kinda does." "What's that mean?" Shikadai nodded his head. "Well, I do have a story. It's about a variation of my family's jutsu." "Which side?" Boruto asked. "Shadow or wind?" "Shadow," Shikadai clarified. "It takes place in the village when Dad was showing me how to use a new shadow jutsu. Things weren't going that well, but then things took a turn no one saw coming." The boys settled down to listen. It sounded like it was going to be an interesting story. Taking time off from his already busy schedule, Shikamaru took his son Shikadai to the training ground to practice a new jutsu. It was a jutsu Shikamaru himself had a hard time mastering and imagined it would be the same for his son. After teaching him the necessary hand signs, Shikamaru stepped back and allowed Shikadai to practice. So far, it wasn't going well. Shikadai fell to his knees in exhaustion, panting as if he had just run 10 miles at full speed. "It's a tough one," Shikamaru told him in understanding. Of course, the way he said it, it came out very nonchalant. "Any trick to it?" Shikadai asked, catching his breath. "Not really." Shikamaru smiled in amusement. "I actually picked this up while Ino was using her jutsu. Think of it as a mash between the two." It really was. The jutsu Shikamaru was trying to teach him combined the shadow possession jutsu with something else. Basically, instead of controlling the person's actions, once the two shadows were connected, the user's influence would overtake the victim's. In simple terms, they adopted the user's personality. "I don't really see a point to this," said Shikadai. "Practicing on you. Everyone says we're really similar. How can we tell the jutsu worked?" Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. "Got a point there. So, should we just forget it and move on?" Shikamaru knew his son would say that. "No, it's best to at least get the basics down. Try it again before we call it a day." "Okay, whatever." Shikadai faced his father and tried using the jutsu again. Beads of sweat formed on his brow in concentration. His father was right about this being a hard one to master. Slowly, his shadow stretched ahead and latched itself to Shikamaru. He tried the next step of the jutsu, but he had no idea if it was working. His father didn't seem any different. Shikadai shut his eyes tight and pleaded for the jutsu to work. The shadow on the ground warbled and shook and finally broke. "Gah!" Shikadai exhaled sharply and fell forward, bracing himself with his arms. "I think that's enough for today," said Shikamaru. "You did well. I'm impressed. I don't know if I did it or not. I told you, it's too hard to tell with someone so similar in personality. I should be practicing on Boruto or metal or something." "No arguments there," said Shikamaru as he helped his son to his feet. "I gotta get back to work. Take it easy. Don't need you wearing yourself out." Shikamaru knew how that sounded and wondered what he was thinking. His son would never wear himself out on purpose, not even to learn a new jutsu. "Just hang out with your friends or something," he advised and left the training grounds. As he walked, his shadow twitched, momentarily not keeping up with his movements. "That just sounds awesome," said Boruto when he heard the story later that day. "Hey, can you show it to us?" "Why bother?" Shikadai asked. "I don't even know if I got it down. Besides, it's really hard to do. I don't want to overdo it." "Ah, come on. Doesn't it make more sense to practice on someone with a different personality? That's what I told my dad." "Well?" Shikadai sighed. "If it'll get you off my back. But I'm warning you, I got no idea if it'll work." They got into position, but before Shikadai could attempt the jutsu, Iwabe showed up with his usual attitude, asking about something none of the boys cared about. At Boruto's urging, Shikadai attempted to use the jutsu on him instead. With such a drastic difference in personality, it would be easy to see a change. The shadow stretched, attached itself to Iwabe, and almost as quickly, the shadow detached and returned to Shikadai. "I told you it wouldn't work," he complained. "It's too hard." Iwabe glared at the boys and said, "Experimenting on me, huh? You wouldn't like it if I did that to you, would ya?" "Sorry," said Boruto. "We were just trying to see if his new jutsu would work." "Whatever," said Iwabe. Being someone's guinea pig is such a drag. Boruto and Shikadai couldn't tell if Iwabe was teasing them or not. Neither of them were looking at Iwabe's shadow either. Otherwise, they would have noticed that it looked a lot like Shikadai's. Shikamaru moaned, holding his head in his hands. "Something wrong?" Naruto asked from his desk. I just don't feel well, Shikamaru admitted. He rubbed his forehead with a grimace. Have too much to drink last night or something? No, I didn't go drinking. I was helping Shikadai with a new jutsu. Ah, said Naruto with a smile. That much of a headache, huh? It is a hard one to master. Shikamaru moaned again. Doesn't explain why I should be feeling this way, though. If you need time off, go ahead. I can handle this. You do too much as it is, reasoned Shikamaru. I'll stay. Just give me a minute. Shikamaru didn't know why he felt like this. His body was aching and his head felt strange. At Boruto's prompting, Shikadai tried the jutsu again later in the day. Boruto volunteered to be the test subject, trusting his friend completely, despite him saying again and again that he wasn't sure he knew what he was doing. Shikadai attempted the jutsu and just as before, once it connected, it broke and Shikadai was left to wonder if it worked or not. Feel any different? Shikadai asked Boruto. I don't know. Boruto looked at himself. Kinda the same. Shikadai sighed in frustration. I knew this was a waste of time. I'm not going to get it in a day. Yeah, it is troublesome, said Boruto, sitting down. Let's not bother with it anymore. Shikadai looked at him in surprise and wondered if the jutsu had worked after all. Boruto? Yeah? Shikadai needed a way to confirm this. You want to go see if there are any intense missions available? Not really. Then what do you want to do? Boruto shrugged. I'm fine just hanging out. We can play video games if you want. That didn't confirm much, considering Boruto already liked to hang out and play video games. Shikadai looked down and noticed that Boruto's shadow had changed. It was eerily similar to Shikadai's. In fact, it was Shikadai's shadow. He could see the outline of his own head and hair. It looked exactly the same as the one attached to his feet. I think the jutsu worked. Boruto looked at him. How do you figure that? Look, Shikadai said, pointing at their shadows. Your shadow looks the same as mine. So? Shadows are just blobs. But the outline is different. See? Your hair looks like mine in the shadow. The build looks the same, too. That's not your shadow. It's mine. Boruto shrugged his shoulders. Looks the same to me. Same as in how it always looks or same as in the same as mine? Who cares? Boruto asked. Can we talk about something other than shadows? I'm kinda tired of this. Shikadai didn't want to drop the subject but Boruto threatened to leave if they didn't, fed up and bored. Shikadai hoped the jutsu would wear off and the shadow would return to normal. If they didn't, he would have to ask his father what to do about it. He was the one teaching him the jutsu, after all. Still, if Shikadai did something wrong, would his father be able to fix it? Shikadai picked at his dinner, still concerned about his friends and the jutsu. His mother recommended speaking with his father as soon as he got home if he was that worried about it. When that would be was uncertain because of Shikamaru's hectic schedule. Some nights he was home for dinner and others he came in late after the food was put away. Temari said she understood his work was important but Shikadai could tell she was annoyed at times. Having to eat across from her got awkward when it was just the two of them and she was in one of her moods. The door opened and Shikamaru came in looking lethargic. Temari asked if he was alright and Shikamaru braced himself against the table as he sat down to eat. My body is so sore and I don't know why. Everything hurts. It's almost like I'm being crushed. Temari looked concerned as she poured him some tea. She watched him eat, noticing that it looked painful for him to do so. Dad? Yeah, Shikadai? About the jutsu you taught me. What about it? Shikadai hesitated to respond. Well, just how long is it supposed to last? What do you mean? Shikamaru chewed slowly without looking at his son. It's just that. I used the jutsu on Uwabe and Boruto and when I looked, their shadows looked a lot like mine. And they were acting like me a little. That's the point of the jutsu. I know, but... Shikadai's eyes darted from the table to his father. I thought I ended the jutsu. Doesn't breaking the connection also break the jutsu? It does. Then why are they still acting like this? I don't think I did the jutsu right. They have my shadow and they're sort of acting like me. I just wanted to know. Shikamaru stopped eating. We can worry about it in the morning. I'll take a look and see what I can do. I'm sure it's nothing. You okay, Dad? Shikamaru seemed to be in a lot of pain and everyone noticed. From the way Shikamaru gave curt answers to how he ate a little then stopped like it was too painful for him. Shikadai was concerned for his father. I just need to lie down. Shikamaru stood up from the table and dragged himself to the bedroom, pulling himself with great effort as if he carried an elephant on his back. Shikadai looked at his mother. What's going on with him? Is he okay? Temari seemed concerned though she tried to hide it. Just a long day, I'm sure. Get to bed. It was a cloudy day and Shikadai was eager to see how his friends were doing. Perhaps the jutsu wore off by now. His father seemed to be in less pain and agreed to accompany him to make sure the jutsu hadn't gotten muddled. Shikamaru looked up at the sky and commented that it might rain later or the next day, making small talk. Shikadai brought his father to Boruto and Iwabe, who were both lazily hanging out in an area Shikadai liked to frequent when the stress of life got to be too much and just wanted to relax. Their shadows were just like Shikadai's. See? Shikadai said, pointing. Look at their shadows. Is that a problem? Shikamaru saw what he meant and nodded. I haven't seen the jutsu last this long before. Usually when the shadow disconnects, the jutsu ends. Looks like it's still lingering. How do we fix it? Let me try something. Shikamaru got into position and prepared his jutsu. As soon as he tried, he yelled out in pain and abruptly stopped. Dad, what is it? Shikadai asked, rushing over to him. Shikamaru looked scared. My jutsu. What? Shikadai was desperate for answers. Shikadai, when you used the jutsu on me, I think something happened. Instead of it working like it was supposed to, it might have. The clouds parted and sunlight shone through, highlighting their shadows. Shikamaru stretched behind him and he started yelling. When Shikadai stepped back, he saw why. His father's body was stretching like the shadow. He was getting taller. Unnaturally so. Dad, what's happening? Whatever happens to my shadow, happens to me, Shikamaru explained as his body stretched unnaturally to match his shadow. If I'm pulled anymore, I'll... There was a loud popping and snapping sound as Shikamaru's spine was stretched beyond what a human could handle and he fell to the ground, his torso elongated to nearly twice what it should have been. Shikadai cried out in horror when he saw what happened to his father. Boruto and Iwabe turned in his direction, looking bored. That seems troublesome. Dad! Shikadai cried. Oh, no! Who's going to help with the jutsu now? He was the only one who knew how to fix this. Boruto and Iwabe shrugged and leaned against the same tree. Guess we're stuck like this. Oh, well. With nothing else to do, Shikadai sat down with his friends and joined them. How troublesome. And that's the end of my story, said Shikadai without looking at any of his friends. Are you kidding me? Said Boruto in an angry tone. That sucked. You gave up partway through that story, didn't you? Asked Inogen. I didn't feel like dragging it out, Shikadai admitted. I kinda got bored with it partway through, so. Come on, complained Boruto. If you're going to tell a story, you can't give up partway. Have a story with a beginning, middle and end before you start telling it. That's just lazy storytelling. He's too lazy to tell a story, said Inogen. Hey, I'm allowed to tell one sucky story, aren't I? I thought my first one was pretty good. So you decided to make sure your second one was crap? You want me to tell it a different way? Shikadai asked. I just didn't feel like it. What annoyed me was that you were more concerned about how you would fix the jutsu than me, said Shikamaru, though he didn't sound that offended. There were so many other ways you could have gone with it, said Inogen. You could have made literal shadow clones that were evil or something. Like the shadows coming to life and replacing the people they were of. That would have made a much better story. Or something having to do with corruption. I'm pitching here. As Boruto and Inogen started talking at the same time, a rustling sounded from nearby and a shadow loomed over them. Inogen flinched but soon realized it was just Shikadai's shadow and complained about the practical joke. It would have been more effective if the story had been scarier, Inogen told him. I figured if Boruto could do it. Shikadai was hoping to make Boruto react more than he did, but he knew Inogen was right. If his story had been better, having his shadow startle them might have worked better. The Hokage's son barely noticed. Boruto just seemed upset by Shikadai's lackluster effort. Campfire stories have to be good. Not thrown together and then quit on them. Isn't it better than telling a bad story and drawing it out? Shikadai reasoned. Ever hear the saying about quitting while you're ahead? But you quit right out of the gate with everyone in front of you, Inogen commented. Then there's no point in continuing the race since there's no way you'll win. That's why you stopped? I told you. I lost interest in the story and quit. If you guys want to pick up the story and add to it, that's your choice. I'm good. Boruto grumbled peevishly. You just threw something together to make it even with everyone telling two tales each. He looked up at the two dads. Why don't you tell another? No, I'm good, said Shikamaru, waving his hand. I can't think of any, sorry, said Sai. Probably better than having them try only to quit, huh? Said Inogen, raising his brow. Can't we just tell a story if we want to? All the pressure to have to tell a good one sort of defeats the point. But the point is to tell stories, Boruto said, trying to help his friends understand. Don't you get that? But forcing us. Isn't the point to have fun? Shikadai interrupted before it could escalate into a problem. Boruto paused, giving the two a concerned look. You're not having fun? I didn't say that, said Shikadai. I am having fun. I'm just saying that if I want to give up on a story partway, I should be allowed to do that. Especially if I think the story's going to suck or if I can't think of anything. Well, Boruto perked up a little bit. I guess if you didn't do it on purpose. Grinning wickedly, he said, that just leaves room for me to tell another tale of my own. Ah, come on, Boruto, Shikadai said, trying to sound annoyed though he was smiling the whole time. Not another true tale, that's implausible and weird. Just because we know he made it up doesn't mean it's any less entertaining, said Inogen. I'm kinda curious about what story he's going to tell next. Really? Shikadai said in surprise. I thought you were annoyed with him about it? Inogen shrugged. They're still fun. Even if I know he's making them up. He's just saying they're true for the cinematic effects. Thinks that'll spook us more. Can I get to my story or are you guys going to keep gossiping in front of me like I'm not even here? Boruto asked. The boys stopped and faced Boruto. Okay, Boruto, said Shikadai. What fantastic tale based on a true story only you know about have you got for us this time? Boruto's glare was overshadowed by the smirk on his face, thinking he had the perfect story in mind. Well, this one might not have happened in our village or to any of us on a mission. But it's a story, alright. And a fantastic one at that. Oh, really? Yeah, said Boruto. It takes place far away during a time of great suffering and war. Long, long ago, in fact. Aha. Shikadai didn't sound amused, despite the smile on his face. Don't sound so skeptical, said Boruto, smiling as well. This story has monsters and beasts and the struggle of man. More so than any monster, the real terror comes from what man is willing to do to survive. I like how this is sounding so far, said Inogen, leaning closer. Go on. What's the story? Shikadai didn't have any further comments, wanting to hear Boruto's story as well. He would judge it later. He just wanted to be entertained. It was better than being berated for his story, that was for sure. Okay, said Boruto. Here's my tale. In a troubled land where war ravaged countless villages and towns, civilians were forced to fight every day for survival. It became impossible to cultivate crops, farmlands poisoned by the rages of war. Farmers could no longer make a living or feed themselves and were forced to abandon their homes in the country for the more industrious cities in search for a new life. The farmers were among the last to leave the once vibrant land, clinging to the last hope they had that the farm would flourish once again. Villagers were among the first to leave for the city. Some left as soon as the dangers of war came too close to their home. Fleeing to the city seemed like their best option since the battles took place far from the most densely populated areas. Others held out for a while until the struggle for food and water became too great. Eventually, only a select few remained in their homes, peering out their dusty windows at the empty houses of what was rapidly becoming a ghost town. In some villages, only 2 homes remained occupied out of the many dozen that were once filled with laughter and conversation. The crushing loneliness and barren grocery store shelves eventually drove the remaining people from their homes and to the city, if the battle didn't reach them first. Many homes were destroyed in the ensuing combat even before they were thought to be abandoned. Fear alone was enough to drive many people away before famine became too severe. The pursuit for a new life carried with it optimism and uncertainty. Fleeing civilians came to the city in droves, looking to get whatever work they could. As more people came to the city, the less there was available and many had to be turned away. The newcomers incited resentment in the city dwellers despite their best efforts to the contrary. The locals began to push them out of the city when food and work became scarce. Those who stayed were subject to ridicule and eventually persecution. Some were dragged from their homes and thrown into the street. Once there, it was easy for them to be beaten or chased away simply because they were in the way. Life was difficult and overwhelming. Several fleeing civilians starved on the streets they were forced into by locals. People were either turned away from factories or framed for something in order to get them fired so the city folk could have what they believed was rightfully theirs. It became impossible to tell which was more horrendous, staying in their poisoned land or trying to make a life in the city. It got to the point where they were forced to flee again. But to where? The city was the only place they could go and now they were forced to abandon it, too. What place was left? A man thought he had an idea. He, too, was originally from the country and migrated to the city. He was knowledgeable and well-liked among the people. He had helped many civilians find jobs when they first came to the city. When times got hard and people were dragged from their houses, he welcomed them into his home to avoid being driven out of the city or beaten in the street. The people trusted him and looked to him for guidance, so when he said he had an idea, they listened. There's a place the people spoke of that's far away from here and very remote, he said to the crowd gathered on the pier. They had been driven there by the city dwellers, claiming there was no room for them anywhere else. This place is untouched by war. We won't have to worry about any of the hardships we've had to endure so far. The place the man was referring to was an island far from the mainland. None of the fighting had reached that far and likely wouldn't. The people on the mainland knew little about the area, which meant it was dangerous in their eyes. Not even the battling soldiers would bring the war that far, preferring to ravage their own land than one they knew nothing of. It was thought to be uninhabited, but explorers traveled there in recent years to search for resources to help with the war effort and discovered that there were locals living on the island. The population was small and, though they claimed they had never been off the island before, knew the language of the mainlanders. For whatever reason, none of the resources they found on the island were brought back to the mainland for the war effort. Rumor had it that the materials were too primitive for use or too dangerous to be wielded. The man believed this was nothing to be concerned about, saying that if the islanders managed to survive just fine, then they could, too. If we go to this island, we'll be free from the hardships we've had to endure so far. With land, we can build farms and life will return to something more familiar. It might not be the same as the life we had before, but there's a chance of a better life for us. We won't have to worry about overpopulation either, unlike in the packed city. What do you say? The people didn't have a lot of options and this sounded much better than what they've had to deal with so far, so they jumped at the opportunity. They appointed the man their leader for the expedition, but he preferred to be called by his name instead of a fancy title, Naruto. A fully stocked ship was provided for them by the city since it meant ridding them of the problem they no longer wished to tolerate. The only condition was for Naruto to take as many of migrated country people as he could onto his ship and not return. Though Naruto could tell this wasn't generosity, he treated it as if it were and agreed to the terms. Word spread quickly to the people and many seeking refuge came to the docks on the day they were to set sail. Some were families with children while others consisted of individuals carrying what they could in their bags. Once again leaving it all behind, the people climbed aboard the ship and sailed away from the mainland to the island to start anew all over again. The journey was arduous, facing massive storms that threatened to capsize the ship, blistering heat from the scorching sun and illness that dwindled their numbers. A ship that once held a couple hundred now carried less than 50. Food and water were running out quickly and they had yet to find land. Again, people questioned whether or not they were right to leave, wondering which was the worse alternative. Finally, the island was in sight and the ship steered towards it heedlessly. Not a moment too soon. Those below deck expressed what they had been keeping secret for the past week, that the hull had spouted leaks and they weren't sure how long they could keep the vessel afloat. They had done their best to patch the leaks, but more and more water was found around their ankles with every passing day. To not start a panic, Naruto told them to keep the information to themselves until they made land. The ship was in rough shape and the people were no better, but the island lifted their spirits and they walked from the shore to the forest with heads held high in hope. The trees drooped heavy with fruit and animals called from their vantage points, boldly telling the newcomers that there was food and life on this new land. They could survive here. It looked sustainable and, as Naruto described it, paradise. I thought this island was supposed to be inhabited, said one of the surviving children who went by the name Sarada. I haven't seen any people. Naruto was troubled by this as well. They had been wandering for hours and had yet to see a single human. It's a big island, he said to reassure her. They're probably further ahead, deeper in the forest. Time passed and someone in the group called out to Naruto, pointing. Natives. Huts constructed from branches and leaves stood like tents among the trees. Bowls made from wood sat on grass mats, a clear sign that humans lived here. It wasn't long before those humans made themselves known, stepping out to greet the strangers. Though, greet might not have been the appropriate word. The natives seemed more fearful than welcoming, huddling together and speaking to them in a language they did not know. I thought they spoke the same language, said Sarada, observing. Naruto stepped forward cautiously. Hello. We traveled here from the mainland to make a new home, he said slowly, hoping they could understand him if he didn't speak too quickly. Is there anyone here who speaks our language? A child stepped forward at the question. I can, she said. Oh, good, said Naruto, bending down. Can you tell your people that we mean no harm and are trying to make our home here? The child looked unsure and without turning around to look at the people behind her said, they don't want you here. There's not enough food and water for everyone. You will have to go elsewhere on the island. Oh, I see. Naruto looked at the natives and back at the girl. Can you tell us what's good to eat in the forest? We'll find another place, but we don't know much about the island. One of the natives started speaking to the girl. She looked back, said something in their native language and, when the native said something else, the girl faced Naruto and said, they want me to go with you as an escort. Really? That's great. Tell them, thank you for me. Sarada wasn't so sure this was great news. The native seemed upset and the girl looked sad. Sarada wondered if the other natives were rejecting the girl from the group for speaking to them. The natives couldn't be rid of Naruto's group fast enough. They did not stay long and left with the natives watching their every step, ensuring they were really leaving. They were given no food and no explanation as to why they were behaving this way, but they did give them the girl to help guide them through the island. The girl pointed out which plants were okay to eat and small game running across their path. Naruto instructed the people to gather as much food as they could to carry. One of the group members grabbed a fruit that had an insect crawling on it which stung him before flying off. It looked similar to the bugs he was used to seeing back home, so he thought nothing of it. This looks like a good place to camp for the night, said Naruto, looking at a clearing in the trees. The girl stopped him from going any further. Not good to step on that land, she said. Is trap for prey. A small animal scurried to the open area Naruto thought would make a good campsite and after a moment was gobbled up by a larger animal that sprang out of the ground like a breaching whale and burrowed its way back into the soil. Huh, Naruto said, impressed. Good job. He patted the girl on the head. The girl took them to a safe place to rest for the night and showed them how to eat the foods they gathered. She told them to stay away from clearings with soil because predator animals like to build their traps there and wait for prey to come by. She warned them to stay away from the moss growing on trees because it was a sign the fruit it bore wasn't edible. Naruto smiled at the girl and said, good thing we have her around. This girl's gonna save us a lot of trouble. The next day, they continued on to find a place to build their home. The girl warned against building anything in the immediate area because of the animals that would prey on them. She urged everyone to travel deeper into the forest to where there were fewer of them. Does that make sense? Asked a member of the group. We can just eat the animals that come by. Why go where there aren't any of them? Not all animals are good for eating, said the girl. Many large animals here are predators that are not good for eating. Flesh and organs toxic. As she said this, the group member who got stung by the insect suddenly collapsed on the path and didn't move. The others rushed to see what the problem was. Don't touch him, said the girl. He was stung by an insect beetle. A what? That's what we call them here. Their sting is venomous and can kill a person in a matter of hours. If he was stung, he needed to cut off the infected part to keep toxins from spreading. There is nothing we can do now. As more time passed, the group learned of the many dangers that lurked on the island. The girl taught them ways to protect themselves and to avoid trouble. There were some animals they could not get near and had no way to fight against. Monstrous beasts that ate flesh and weren't picky about where it came from. Beasts capable of consuming toxic flesh that made their own bodies toxic to those who tried to eat them. Animals that mimicked human and animal voices to lure in prey and creatures that hunted for sport. The only thing they could do if they came across one was to hide and pray it didn't find them. Days went by and Sarada began to bond with the girl as did other members of the group. Sarada had no siblings and always wanted one. The girl was an orphan who wanted a family. It was easy for the two to bond. Orphan children from the boat also found it easy to bond with the girl and were happy to have a playmate. Day by day, the girl trusted the group more and more and began to think of them as family. That was when she revealed what the natives had said the day she joined their group, splitting from her tribe. This island is dangerous. For a long time, my people managed to survive here, but the wild and dangerous animals started to encroach on our land. Then illness came and pushed us from our village. The elders believed it was the toxic animals that were the cause. We had to flee our village to be safe. What you saw was all that was left. Those natives are the only survivors of your village? Sarada asked, horrified. Soon, there will be even fewer. There is little food. Having more mouths means even less. Is that why they sent you to go with us? Sarada asked. So they wouldn't have to feed you? Yes, she answered. And because of the illness. What illness? Are you sick? The girl frowned. No. But a member of their group interrupted the conversation, telling them they had to keep moving. Weeks on the island brought them knowledge as well as exhaustion. Having to constantly look over their shoulder and keep moving was taking its toll on the people. Wild beasts picked off those who strayed too far from the group in addition to those who did not heed the girl's warnings. Their less than 50 in number was now reduced to 41. A family believed they had made a mistake coming all this way and insisted on returning to shore and sail to a new area. Not a different island, but just circle this one. Maybe there's less danger on the other side. Naruto told them that the ship would not survive another voyage, even if it was only circling the island they were already on. The family decided to return to the ship and try their luck anyway. If they could not get the ship to sail, they would dismantle it for parts and build a house on the beach and spend their days eating fish. Anything was better than this. Especially now that the girl was taking them to areas infested with dangerous beasts that fed on anything that came by. Against Naruto's advice, the family turned around and marched back the way they came, apologizing to the group as they did. No one went with them and no one believed they would ever see them again. Some wondered if the family had the right idea when they ran out of water and couldn't find more. For 2 days, the group went without water and were forced to spread out to look for some. A fraction reported finding a water source in the area that looked fresh and clean. They gathered what they could and brought it back to boil it just in case. The ones who found it were allowed to take the first drink after it was boiled and they told the group it tasted fine. Some drank the water and some didn't. A different group found water in a stream and boiled that to bring back to the group. Again, some drank the water and others didn't. Days later, Sarada awoke to the sound of the girl frantically gathering canteens and throwing them down a ravine. "What are you doing?" Sarada asked her. Before she could get an answer, a shriek sounded from camp and everyone came running. The 2 members who had discovered the water in the forest and drank it were lying in their sleeping bags covered in fungus. Their fingers had taken root in the soil and their flesh had hardened. No one had seen anything like this before and it was hard to look at. Their bodies are compost. They've turned into mushrooms, people were saying as they stumbled away from the 2. But we boiled the water. It should have been safe. We drank some of that water. Are we going to turn into fungus, too? They had more than we did. It should be fine. We don't know if they drank any before it was boiled. Let's not panic. Is illness that drove us from our village, said the girl. Water contaminated. People end up like this after drinking. Even boiling did not stop it. Did you know about this and not say anything? Asked a member of the group. Is impossible to know what water is safe and is not, the girl explained. Water fine for many years. No one know why is toxic now. Elder believed it was because of beasts. Not know how. What do we do? If we don't know what water is safe to drink, we're done for. There must be a way to tell, said Naruto. He looked to the girl. The water the animals drink from is probably safe, right? Or the water in a stream? No one got sick from that. The girl looked unsure. Animals can consume toxic flesh so water is no different. Might not affect them. Stream might be good for drinking. Moving water is good. The stream water seemed to be their best option and so far, no one had gotten sick from it. However, the girl urged them to keep moving to avoid the toxic water. It was unclear whether or not it would contaminate the plant life and toxify their food. At the girl's advice, Naruto told the group that they were going to head underground in the caverns. There were less dangerous animals living below ground and plenty of flowing water. Thinking they had no choice, the group went along with the idea and they went underground through a cave and into a labyrinth of rock and soil. It was cool underground and there were a lot less dangerous animals. For days, they wandered without event and the people began to relax, thinking they had found a safe place to travel. Perhaps even live. As far as living arrangement went, this place wasn't too bad. They would build a society underground using the tunnels as streets and the different caves as homes, even markets. The people's imagination lifted their spirits and their optimism was rekindled. They set to work constructing a home from the land they were given. Deep below ground, the people were safe from the many beasts that preyed on them. The water was clean but trickled thinly along the cavern walls. There was no soil or sun to grow crops, but what they could scavenge was fruitful. Small game which would have been seen as vermin were gathered as treasured eats and roasted over a pit or boiled into stew with the vegetation they foraged. Leaves and branches were gathered from above and brought down as extra bedding and mats to sit on. It seemed they could sustain themselves on this island. Weeks went by and the food supply ran scarce. The small game that scurried about had been hunted to extinction in the caverns, driving the people above ground to search for more, putting themselves in danger. Some did not return from their hunt, having been hunted themselves. The thin trickle of water was not enough to quench their thirst, and the people began to seek the advice of Naruto, wondering what they should do. The girl said that there's a safe area deeper in these caverns with sustainable resources, but it will take weeks to get there, and the path is littered with animals that may pose a threat to us. But that's a good thing. It means whatever's keeping those animals alive will help us survive. Sarada looked from the girl standing under Naruto's affectionate arm up to Naruto himself. Are you sure we can make the journey? We can't stay here, said Naruto. Then he smiled. This girl has been a big help so far. I trust her. She said her people spoke of the place and called it paradise. It was just difficult to get to, which is why so few have bothered to make the trip. But she can read the land and knows what creatures to stay away from. This kid's a lifesaver. Another journey began, and the dwindling group set out on another exploration. Sarada did not know how they would survive weeks in the caverns with what little they had. Before setting out, they ate as much as they could to make the load manageable and packed the rest for the long journey, leaving behind what they couldn't carry, like the beds and old tools that would weigh them down. Unable to tell day from night in the caverns, the group rested when they could and continued on, never staying in one place for long. Sarada and the other children played with the girl and shared stories, their bond growing stronger by the day. The longer it took them to travel, the fewer children remained to keep the girl company. 2 became ill and could not travel, forcing the group to leave them behind. I know it's hard, Naruto had said when he saw the children crying as they left their friends along the cavern wall. But we cannot take the sick with us. And we cannot stay and wait for them to recover. We'll run out of food and supplies before we get halfway there. We have to keep moving and not waste time. Adults who slowed them down were left behind as well, told to go at their own pace because they could not wait. Some grew ill as well and could no longer move. They, too, were left behind. It seemed cruel, but this was what had to be done for the group's survival. There were no exceptions. Was the same for my village, said the girl one night, her head by Sarada's. We had to leave once people grew sick. Nothing could be done, so we left. Is safer for others. Otherwise, all will be wiped out. Sarada knew the girl and Naruto were right, but it still broke her heart. They came to a chasm in the center of their path with a narrow bridge of stone stretching across it. The cawing of wild birds echoed overhead, and the girl warned them that the birds they heard were carnivores and would swoop upon them in the open area. But there was no choice. They had to go across the bridge or they would never get any further. Staying here and turning back at this point weren't an option. Naruto told everyone to stay close together when crossing the bridge so they wouldn't get picked off as easily. Single file, they crossed slowly, keeping their bodies hunched. They could not see the birds in the dark cavern, but they could hear them. Some began to slow down, unsure of their footing on the narrow bridge, which created a gap in the line. A bird larger than anything they had seen thus far swooped upon them and snatched a person off the bridge in its talons, carrying them off as they screamed. The people began to panic, trying to push themselves to the front of the line to run. Some unfortunate people were shoved off the bridge by the panicking people and fell into the dark chasm below. Several birds dove after them to catch a meal. The beating of their wings created a gust that blew the travelers off their feet, almost falling off the edge of the bridge. Naruto urged them on with his encouraging voice, and there were no more fatalities. Everyone made it across the bridge safely. Sarada cried when the group was allowed to rest. One of the people who fell off the bridge was a child she had become friends with. Another was a woman she had known from her old village who was always kind to her. She curled into a ball with the girl holding her from behind, comforting her by stroking her back and speaking quietly behind her head. Is okay. Numbers go down in place like this. Is why people send some away. Sometimes is to protect them and sometimes is to protect themselves. Travel is hard. That's why we don't do it unless we have to. Is why people who come to these deep spots of island do not always return or do and not go back. Is too hard. This child had been through a lot. Sarada didn't feel right to complain about her life compared to the life this child had to endure. She was younger than Sarada, after all, and had to go through so much. This girl was knowledgeable because she had to be. It was how she managed to survive for this long. Sarada was glad she had her. Not because of her usefulness, but because she was happy to have a friend who understood her pain and fear. The girl tried to lift Sarada's spirits and Sarada did the same for the girl. This island was a nightmare, but so was the world they had traveled from. Even if they wanted to, they could not go back. Sarada overheard Naruto speaking to a couple of adults who asked if there was a chance of returning to the mainland if the ship could be patched. Naruto said that even if the ship was salvageable, the mainland would not allow them to return. That was why they had been so generous with the supplies and the huge ship. They did not intend for the people to return and told Naruto flat out not to. What Naruto had not mentioned was that the mainland said if they did, they would be killed on sight before they made port. They didn't have enough supplies or a strong enough ship to sail to another land, if one existed. They were stuck. Sarada felt so hopeless, but imagined Naruto felt just the same. Even more so since he was responsible for all these people who looked to him as their leader. More bad news followed when they realized some of the people who had fallen off the bridge had many of their rations. They had less mouths to feed now, but they also had less food to go around. They ate as little as they could, hoping to stretch what they had for as long as possible. When an animal came their way, some tried to kill it for meat and ended up eating themselves, just as the girl warned they would. Hunger drove them to ignore the girl's advice and paid for it with their lives. "Is more than halfway there now," said the girl to Sarada when they rested. "Be there soon with lots to eat and plenty of water." Sarada couldn't wait. The deeper they went, the colder it got. The path downward became an incline and the group found themselves going up the mountain rather than to its depths. It was a secret path even the animals did not use. There were few predators and even fewer prey. This had been the safest path they've taken so far, but it also meant less food for them. Within time, they found snow. Snow inside the mountain. What a wondrous sight. It sparkled so prettily and the people gasped in awe as they walked past the ice crystals framing their path. Their gasps of wonder soon turned to gasps of shock as the cold chilled them to the bone. The path was freezing, which made it clear why no animals traveled this route. Sarada looked at her fingers which had turned bright red and tucked them in her sleeves to keep warm. The young girl didn't seem bothered by the cold, able to step through the snow-covered path without a shiver or cry. She explained that she was used to the cold and that it was a sign they were getting close to where they needed to be. Days passed and this time, after being allowed to rest, few got back up, too weak from hunger to move. Others grew sick from eating what little food they had left which had apparently gone bad. Sarada was one of the few who could still walk along with Naruto and two others. Naruto knew they would not make it, even if they left the people behind and continued on, so he said that they would stay until the people recovered. He kept the girl company while Sarada and the other two went off to find food and water. Only water could be found. It wasn't enough. Sarada collapsed while carrying the water back, succumbing to hunger. When she awoke, she was behind the girl who stroked her hand and told her she wasn't going to leave her side. Sarada faded in and out of consciousness and had no way of knowing if it had been hours or days. Sometimes, she awoke to someone placing a cloth on her head or helping her drink. When she opened her eyes this time, she saw that another of their group had fallen, leaving just Naruto and the girl to care for them all. The hunger was excruciating. Sarada tried to force herself to pass out so she could escape the pain, but she felt it even unconscious. She hated this cavern. She wanted to leave this island and return home. She fantasized about the life she had before with her family back in the country where everything was peaceful, where she had the strength to run and play all she wanted with the neighborhood children and attend school where they provided lunch for all the students and staff. Those meals seemed so delicious now. She missed the pre-made meals the school handed out to everyone accompanied by an apple and carton of milk. The food her mother cooked was never the best, but now, thinking back, it was gourmet. She remembered the taste of toasted bread and the hot stew she made using fresh vegetables. Even the soup she made when Sarada was feeling sick. She missed it so much. What she wouldn't give to taste it again. To taste any food ever again. She was going to starve to death. The only comfort she had were her memories and the girl beside her who continually spoke in her ear and stroked her hand. She dreamed of food often, almost tasting it and always disappointed when she woke up. This time, she could taste it. Soup. She tasted warm soup. Sarada opened her eyes and saw the blurry outline of Naruto hunched over her with a spoon in his hand. The warm liquid dripped onto her lips and she lapped it up weakly but eagerly. This life-giving soup was the best thing she had ever tasted. She was so grateful to Naruto for giving it to her. She was going to live. When Sarada next opened her eyes, she found herself being carried through the snow which appeared thinner somehow. She realized this area was warmer than the frigid tundra they had camped on and lifted her head to look around. "Awake?" Naruto asked, setting her down to walk on her own. Sarada took in the sight of the crisp soil covered in frost and the tiny blades of grass poking out of the melting snowbanks. Straight ahead on their path were cavern trees that looked like lavender willows shimmering in the sparkle of the snow. Sarada felt herself being pushed aside as the people hurried towards the site, seeing beyond the trees to what they truly desired. Wild fruits and vegetables growing in abundance across the land and not an animal in sight. Fresh clean water cascading down a break in the cavern ceiling to a crystal pool flowing gently past the wild-growing food. It looked like paradise. "We made it," Sarada said in awe. After all their trials and tribulations, they finally made it. Sustainable food and water sources and safe from monstrous animals. Their party was smaller now, but they could rebuild. They had the means to do it. There was more than enough food and water for them. Sarada turned to speak to the young girl, but she wasn't by her side as usual. Counting heads, Sarada saw that they still had the same number of people from their last campsite, which meant they didn't lose anyone to illness or cold. Or starvation. Sarada turned to Naruto and asked him where she was. Naruto kept his gaze fixed straight ahead at their new home. She asked again. The girl was with Naruto when everyone had fallen ill or collapsed from hunger. Sarada remembered clearly the two taking care of her. The girl spoke with her and brought her water to drink. Naruto fed her soup to save her from starvation. Sarada hadn't seen or heard from the girl since being fed the soup. A chill ran down Sarada's spine and she looked at Naruto in horror. She brought a hand to her mouth, suddenly feeling sick. "The soup." Naruto smiled, his gaze still fixed straight ahead. "I told you, didn't I? That the girl would save us?" Sarada fell to her knees, her whole body shaking. "We made it here because of her," said Naruto. "And she truly was tasty." Boruto sat back in satisfaction. "Well? What did you think? Pretty chilling, right?" His friends sat there staring at him with blank expressions. "What?" said Boruto. "They resorted to cannibalism. Isn't that terrifying?" "Scary stuff, you know. And you had Lord Seventh be the one to do it?" asked Shikadai. "It is pretty scary to think he would," said Inogen. "Considering how he is, it is out of character and, if Boruto was going for the shock factor, he certainly delivered. I think he just chose the Hokage for the role because he's mad at his old man." "I did not," said Boruto. "I went for the shock factor, like Inogen said. It totally worked for the story, didn't it?" Shikadai sighed. "I guess." "What? What's wrong with my story?" "Nothing," said Shikadai nonchalantly. "What?" Boruto pressed angrily. Rolling his eyes, Shikadai said, "That story was, how do I put this? Flawed." "Flawed? Well, it made no sense in some ways. It's like you couldn't decide what direction to take it." "What? That's not true. Like the thing on the mainland. While some parts made sense, the people in charge giving them a ship with supplies just didn't seem realistic to me. The animosity, maybe. People probably would behave like that with overpopulation, but the stuff about war. What about it? How did they have enough supplies for the ship with overpopulation and resources going to the war effort? That part seemed weird to me. Plus, there's flaws with the island they went to. Tons of flaws there. Such as? Naruto asked, folding his arms. The stuff on the island didn't seem logical to me. Logical? The animals you made up just seemed, I don't know, weird. You made really good scary creatures for them to face, but how such beings could survive is a problem. The water being tainted was another issue you never addressed. According to the story, they're not sure how it got tainted but thought it had something to do with the animals, said Inogen. Which doesn't make sense to me. The people were guessing. It's possible that uneducated people on a tropical island would jump to conclusions because they don't know. Isn't that how old tales get started? Boruto never said it was a tropical island, said Shikadai. It sounded like it could be. He never really said what kind of island it was. Which is another issue I'd like to address. The ecosystem of the island was in itself flawed. How could these creatures survive? And the mountain and caverns they went to. They were also flawed. I don't see how snow could exist inside a mountain. Snow comes from frozen rain. If they're inside a mountain, and the plants and trees growing at the end, added Inogen, how could they grow without light? You also never said how they were able to see things in the depths of the place. You mentioned some places being too dark to see, but wouldn't that be true for other places in there? They're away from the sun, after all. And how were those plants growing? And if that place was paradise, why didn't those explorers just stay there or get their people and go to that place instead of reporting what they found and staying in the village that was in constant danger? I explained that, Boruto argued. The trip was so dangerous, they didn't want to chance it. It seems to me like you were stuck on a reason, said Shikadai. The girl knew all this stuff and knew how to navigate despite the fact that she had never been there before. How could she be that good based on notes and stories she heard from others? I still don't see why the explorers who reported back didn't just bring the people there. He did say it was dangerous, said Inogen. The explorers probably didn't want to go back. But they'll make the journey to tell the people what they found? Go all that way and back and not bring them along? Seems like a waste to me. Maybe the people got too old to do it. Or what if they were attacked by one of those creatures and went to the village to report what they could before they succumbed to their injuries? Making excuses for Boruto's story, Inogen? No, I'm just saying. It was still better than the one you told. Boruto snapped at Shikadai. Mine had a more chilling ending than yours. And I didn't try to freak people out with my shadow. You did it first, said Shikadai. Having your clone pop out to scare us. Which didn't work, by the way. But I did inspire you to try it yourself, huh? I was just having fun. So was I, said Boruto. And my story had such a chilling ending that I didn't need to try to freak you out. If you were going for the whole chilling thing, maybe you could have given the girl a name in your story so it would be a little more personal, suggested Inogen. I get what you were going for, but I wasn't that attached to the character as much as I could have been. Boruto was about to say something when the bushes beside them began to rustle. He stopped and looked that way. Very funny, said Shikadai, unamused. After we just talked about how your other ploy didn't work and this story didn't need it. You're still trying to scare us? Boruto looked at Shikadai. I'm not doing it. I thought you were. Like before. I'm not doing it. The two looked at Inogen, who got defensive. Hey, I'm not doing it either. It's probably just an animal, offered Shikamaru, barely paying attention. The rustling continued and the boys were on alert. They kept their eyes in one direction, waiting to see what popped out from the bushes. They stayed very quiet, listening. They held their breath when the rustling stopped and leaned towards that direction. From behind, something jumped out with a roar, grabbing their shoulders. The three boys screamed and fell off their seats to the ground, frantically turning around to see what it was, their legs kicking the air. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed hysterically, standing at their campsite. Gotcha good, Dad? Lord Seventh? Naruto stopped laughing long enough to explain what he was doing there. I know how much this meant to you, Boruto, so I wrapped up and came over. I intended to come all along but I wanted to surprise you. Boruto sat up where he was, his heart still pounding. You did? Yeah, I knew about it, said Shikamaru, studying the marshmallow he hovered over the fire. I just didn't want to spoil it. And you, Dad? Asked Inogen. We didn't tell Sai because he's bad at keeping secrets, said Naruto. It's because there wasn't an opportunity to tell me, Sai clarified. I was waiting for a good scary story to pop out and scare you, but I got tired of waiting, so I jumped out now. Boruto frowned. Are you saying my stories suck? I think he's saying all our stories suck, said Inogen. Nah, said Naruto, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. They were very good. I liked them. Very entertaining. Really? Which one's your favorite? Naruto took a seat on one of the logs and grabbed a marshmallow. How about I tell you one and then we can decide who had the best one? What kind of story you got? The boys all took their seats, interested. Boruto sat right next to his father looking content just as he was interested in the story Naruto was about to tell. Grinning, Naruto said, Okay, boys. Let me show you how to tell a real campfire story. The end. Hope you enjoyed the fiction. Like the video and subscribe the channel for more amazing content like this.